What's up, everyone? I hope you guys doing great. I'm gonna stream couple hours. I will finish my S.T.A.R.S room tonight, and I will play a little bit Jill's mod. It's like kind of extended version of Resident Evil 1. I want to try it, so I want to see it. Is it good or not? Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy it, and I will build my game too. No, sorry. Sorry, guys. I wanted to see something. I want to see something. Can I? I want to see something. I'm trying to create bigger resolution. I don't think I'm gonna be able to. But I know what to do. So you can guys see it better. Okay, let's see if I put it here. I'll put it here. Okay, I'm gonna zoom in. I don't know. I'm gonna zoom in for you guys. Alright. Maybe like this. Maybe even more. I can zoom in more for you guys so you can see it. Alright. Maybe a little bit more. Here we go. Now it fits. Now you guys gonna see it. Now you guys gonna see it. Alright. This is extended version. Let's see.
Investigate if you hear any gunfire.
Investigate. I need to investigate the gunfire. Investigate gunfire. Okay, all I need now is all I need let me see. Okay, you guys are good. Can see it. Let me see. Okay, fire configuration. Keyboard. Yeah. Get ready, run, cancel. 4, okay, Z status and A okay. Alright, Z is at V. No. Z inventory. I'll zoom in more for you guys so you can see it. I'm gonna zoom in more for you guys. Alright. Well, no, it's too much, I guess. A little bit down. Yeah, a little bit down more. It's too much. A little bit more down. Just a little bit. Okay. Alright, this is perfect. This is perfect, guys. So. Okay, there's one zombie here. There are two zombies right away. Wait, what is run? Probably V, right? Okay. Fuck. I'm gonna try not to kill this one. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What I'm gonna do now? What I'm gonna do, guys, now? It's my first room here. Oh, here we go. The first zombie. I don't think I'm gonna survive this. I don't think I will survive this. Oh shit. Oh no. I didn't know there are two zombies on this side. Fuck that shit. Fuck out of here. That's crazy, right? I'm sure you played this before, my friend. No, I didn't. I didn't this one. Not this one. This one is modded. They put a lot of zombies and shit. And the characters are a little bit different. I'll go just here. The berry is here with me.
Help me look for him, Jill. And don't leave this hall for the time being.
This is something new, man. This is something new. This is something new. This is more than Resident Evil. Shit, I'm gonna just take healing. I'm danger. I'm telling you, man, I went to that room and there is freaking 10 zombies there. Wesker! Barry, where is Wesker?
Find anything, Jill?
Nothing. What is this all about?
I'm telling you,
Can't
this is
figure it out at all.
the Jill's final
me,
escape.
Jill.
Now it's Wesker's time to disappear. I don't know what's going on.
Well,
This is Jill's final
can't
escape.
be helped. Let's search for him separately. I'll check the dining room again.
Yeah, go. You
Okay,
go there.
I'll
There's
check
10
the door
zombies.
on the opposite side.
You go there. I'm gonna go
This
opposite
mansion
side.
is gigantic. We could get into trouble if we get lost. We should start from the first floor, okay? And Jill, here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking,
Of course I
take
will
it
need.
with you.
Of course I will need this. Because I'm
Thanks.
the master of
Maybe
unlocking.
I'll need it.
Listen,
Bam.
if something happens, let's meet up in this hall.
Okay.
This time, I'll be there.
This time he's gonna be there. Your favorite version of remake is of Resident Evil is 1 remake, right? Yeah, remake is good. I like remake, but you know, this is the OG. But this is more than Resident Evil. This is something. This is something scary, and I would not suggest anyone to play this mode. This is. Oh, okay. One is here. I'm gonna kill him. Fuck it. Ah, I didn't see him. Oh shit, I'm too loud. Fuck. Alright, he was hidden there. It's okay, it's okay. I didn't see him, I swear. Yeah, remake is good. Remake is good. They only needed to slow down a little bit characters for the running. I felt like in remake they couldn't kind of balance it, the speed of character, you know. But everything else is good. Everything else is good. Remake is perfect. The atmosphere is definitely better than the origin. The atmosphere and everything is 3 times better. No, I can't do that. This is more than Resident Evil. Yeah, they have different music in some rooms. Not yeah, one more. Nice, nice surprise. The camera angles. This is how camera angles could be very, very tricky. You know, they can trick you. You know, because you don't see what's happening in the next room or next part of the room because of the camera. Oh shit, I have ammo here. I'm taking that. I'm taking everything from here because I need it probably. There's no save mode. Yeah, there's no save. If you die, you die. Maybe there is save, but I think it's broken. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. I think I should leave that for now. Because I don't have nowhere to put it in my inventory. Someone is coming. You guys hear it? There's dogs. Yeah, there are dogs. Oh, I shoot the screen. I can move this one, right? No, this one. killed one only. Oh, there is ammo there. Fuck. This is Jill's final escape. Alright. Oh shit, what the fuck? I'm out of here. Damn, I'm out of here. There's one more. You know, I like zombies in the first one. Like OG is like more I feel like OG is more scary. Yeah, there's one more here. There's no mercy. There's no mercy. Oh, he's dead. I see blood. Do you think there's more down there? No way. No way. Thank God. Let me see Jill's sandwich. What's going on here? Ooh. There's like 6 of them. No, hell no. I'm not going there. Yeah, this is like OG from Resident Evil 1 prequel, basically. This is OG style, not the Resident Evil like 1 original too. So it's basically OG style. What the hell is that? There are snakes inside this room. Fuck. Did you guys see it? Fuck. There are snakes inside that room. Fuck, I must go that way, I guess. Fuck. I mean, I could go back. There are dogs there. This one is locked. Fuck. I'm screwed now. I'm kinda screwed, guys. I'm screwed. I'm totally screwed now. That was perfect jump scare. Shit, I think I will have to. Let me see. Yeah, take that. Fuck it. Okay, let me kill snakes inside. I will have to do it. I must do it. No. What the fuck? Run, come on. No way, they are still alive. Okay, oh, I need to pick up something here and I don't need to fight them. Fuck. I think I will have to fight. There's nothing there. I'm poisoned. Fuck. I'm screwed now. Another one here. Fuck. There's one more zombie. Oh my god. Please give me something here. God damn, he just gave me a little bit of ammo. I'm poisoned. What? What? What kind of sound is that? Guys, what kind of sound is that? Okay, now you need fuck, I'm gonna die. I need health. I must pick up that small health there. Let me search. I'm dead almost. Almost died from poisoning. Damn, there's so many of them. Leave me alone, man. Leave me alone. How is this locked? Come on, that's bullshit. Oh my god. Guys, this is... I didn't know I need to, fuck. Okay, let's see the hard one with Chris. Okay, this is with Chris now. No, Jill, too.
Investigate
Oh,
if you hear
fuck
any
that.
gunfire.
I'm not going... No. Oh, shit. I can't play on hard. I can't play on hard. I can't play on hard. There's no way. He has different gun, actually. Another gun. What the fuck? No, go back. Wait. Give me this gun, I guess. Okay, let me see what he has now. He must have something here. Not just another gun, come on. What? Yo, I can put something here, what? Or maybe it's not, nothing. Maybe I need to put something there, I don't know. Fuck. I have another one with 3 bullets. That's my last bullet. I wanna see, can I go here? I can't. I can't. Damn, I wasted ammo for nothing. But it's okay. this one is locked, so you must. I mean, oh shit. Alright, alright. Now this time.
Wesker!
Now this time, I need to
Help me look
do
for
it
him, Jill.
differently.
And don't leave this hall for the time being.
Is there ammo here? No. There's no ammo.
Find anything, Jill?
Nothing. What is this all about? I can't figure it out at all.
Beats me, too.
Now it's Wesker's time to disappear. I don't know what's going on.
Well, it can't be helped. Let's search for him separately. I'll check the dining room again.
Okay, I'll try the door on the opposite side.
This mansion is gigantic. We could get into trouble if we get lost. We should start from the first floor, okay? And
First floor.
Jill, here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
Thanks. Maybe I'll need it.
Listen, if something happens, let's meet up in this hall. This time, I'll be there.
Okay, I don't have ammo now, so I need to go upstairs. I don't have ammo. I'd rather go here. I'll take this. Actually, I will take healing too, you know. And I will take gun. I will try and move this next to this guy. This is what I need. Whew, I thought that guy's gonna get up, but he didn't. Well, now. So the hard mode doesn't have only ammo, extra ammo. I guess. I will have to go this way, I guess. Oh god, what I'm doing. Yeah. Oh. The fuck? There are like 3 of them there. I can't even push that shit. I'll bring them to this side if I can. And then push that shit. What is that? Some blue diamond? Damn, there's so many of them. Fuck. God. like how he uses the same respawn points, just with different props. And he just add more things. Wow, this
Hey,
is
what's going
what?
on?
Rebecca's here?
What? Oh! Oh no! Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
I don't know what happened.
Yes, I'm Rebecca. Rebecca Chambers. I'm a newcomer. I just joined the S.T.A.R.S Bravo team last month.
I don't know what
Well,
happened.
I'm really sorry. Are you all right?
That's what I was going to say. Where on earth have you been?
Well, because the helicopter made a forced landing, I just ran into this house anyway, but
Okay,
Jill meeting
I'll go
Rebecca.
to the other house and see if I can find any clues.
Yes, sir. But it's strange. I serviced the helicopter recently, but something went wrong with the engine. It was such a short flight.
Such a short flight. Okay, she must have something here. Come on. At least I can save the game. Come on. We'll take serum. Yes. I'm taking everything. Damn. I could say, but this is hard mode. Serum is what? I guess. Oh, there's more bullets here. You know what? I'm gonna take this gun. For now, damn. For now, I'm gonna put that there. This is gonna be hard.
Well, what should I do now? If you go out to search for the other members, how about letting me come with you?
What? Oh, yes.
I have to prepare something. Would you like to go ahead?
They have so many zombies. Like, yeah. I need to take this. Damn, there's two of them. There's another. Yeah, I'll take Kinger because it's fucking hard. Oh my god, why I'm letting him bite me there? I need to put here blue eyes, right? Oh, that's the one. That's the one on that second floor thing. Oh, but I have that thing, right? Oh yeah, I need to pick up from the snakes. At least I can go outside here. At least I can do that. The body is still here. The body is still here. Yeah, I need to go this way. Die, please. Oh my god. I wasted them. There's another one here. How many bullets I have more? 11. I mean, if I kill that guy over there, I will have more. If I kill that guy over there. Oh my god. He's not dead. God damn. I mean, I'm gonna try and escape from this guy. Fuck. I'm taking this and I'm taking, hurry up, hurry up. Hurry up, hurry up. I'm taking this and I need to go. Oh, I'm dead. I died. I should go down first. I think I should just run from them. And kill them only on certain times.
Resident Evil.
Wait, did I took this? No, I didn't. It's fine.
Well, what should I do now? If you go out to search for the other members, how about letting me come with you?
No.
Is that right? Anyway, it's good to see you're safe.
I'm sorry that you were worried about me.
My kitty's
Well,
here.
I'll look over the chemicals.
Okay, so god damn it, where did I save? No! Yeah, I'm gonna give up. I shouldn't play hard mode, man. With easy mode, you got
Resident Evil.
yeah, I need it because I have more ammo and guns.
Investigate if you hear any gunfire.
It's so hard on hard mode. And there's more zombies and they bite you once and you're done. I don't know. It's really crazy to See, I have ammo at the beginning. It's kinda cool. Oh, I needed to kill him. Well, he has gone. Oh shit, no. He has gone. He has gone. Alright. Again. Now I have more ammunition. Now I'm
Help
gonna
me
pick
look
up
for it,
first
Jill.
by the
And
snakes.
don't leave this hall for the time
I
being.
must do that. I must do it better now.
Find anything, Jill?
Nothing. What is this all about?
No, pick up
I can't
first
figure it out at all.
weapon. Upstairs, yes.
Beats me too.
I must pick up
Now
weapon.
it's Wesker's time to disappear. I don't know what's going on.
Well, it can't be helped. Let's search for him separately. I'll check the dining room again.
Okay, I'll try the door on the opposite side.
This mansion is gigantic. We could get into trouble if we get lost. We should start from the first floor, okay? And Jill, here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking,
Come on.
take it with you.
Come on.
Thanks. Maybe I'll need it.
Of course I will need it. Of course I will need it.
Listen,
You mean I will need it?
if something happens, let's meet up in this hall.
She was like, I will need it. Of course I will need it.
This time, I'll be there.
Okay. Now pick up first weapon upstairs. Come on. Pick up weapon and run away. Not just weapon, you have ammo here too. So have ammo here. Come on, pick up that ammo. No. Okay, whatever. What? Bro, just pick up that shit. Michi, what are you playing around? My cat is playing around. Alright, I took that. I needed that. So now I'm gonna use. Can I combine this with this? Yes. I'm gonna destroy first zombie. Whoever comes at me. Right now. Kill this zombie. I'm gonna just I'm gonna combine that, and then I'm gonna go down and search for that what's called Alright, now I can change this. Now I can change this. So first I'm gonna combine this, and then I'm gonna take this gun. And I'm gonna use these 8 bullets for this here. I'm gonna use these 8 bullets for this gun. I'll take this gun. Okay, nice. I did a good job now. Now this is the good gameplay now so far. I'm taking everything. I'm taking this. Taking everything. Shit, how to get to there? Yeah, I'll have to go there. It's fine. I need to kill these guys. I must beat it. I must see it. What's the end? But we need to play it very, very carefully. Very carefully. Oh, God. Shit, I need okay, I need to empty that shit. I need to kill this guy. They're all dead here. Now here I need to be careful. I know there are snakes inside. You know what? Here I would use grenade launch. Damn picture. Okay, first let's go back. I'm too scared to go. I don't know what's gonna happen. But this is definitely from prequel. Your gameplay is fine. Yeah, I'm gonna build the game soon. Oh shit. Alright. No, that's bad. Oh my god. Fuck it. I'll kill this guy too. Fuck it. Oh, another one. Come on, bro. Come on. I killed you all. Bastards. I forgot about this guy here. He's sneaky little bastard. Okay, at least I'm gonna pick up this. No, I'm gonna leave like this. First pick up this. Okay, now charge. Alright, that's good. Now now leave this and leave this. Now you can put this one, and then yes. That's good. Wait, I don't have any ink ribbons. Damn. I'll take this. Damn, I like this one from previous. Okay, I have something there, but I know I need to pick up here this. I'll pick up this, but it's only 2 of them. I'll save them. Okay, I need to be quick here. Very quick. Oh my god, please. I'm still not poisoned, that's good. Whew, I survived that. So now I'm gonna use that. And now I can go. Wait. Yeah, I need to go back now. Yeah, I need to go back. Just run. Fuck. Oh my god. Alright, I still survived. I survived that bullshit. I guess I will have to put this one. Yeah, I know, but it's okay. Right now I need to go where? Second floor probably, yeah. Push that. No, you must go all the way back. You must go here. But you should finish this. What? Oh, I didn't unlock it from that side. Fuck, I fucked up. It's okay. I cannot mess it up. I need to go this way. I need to go this way, my boy. Now, I'm gonna take this. Kill these 2 here right away. Then I'm gonna take a handgun and start shooting everybody here. Okay, I don't care about that last one. I can save bullets for him. I don't need to kill him. I can save bullets. There's too many of them. Showed up something here. Yeah, I have the diamond.
Hey, what's going on?
Okay, this is the way.
What? Oh! Oh no!
I'm gonna save it here.
Sorry, I didn't
I did a
mean
good
to
job
do
so
that.
far.
I don't know what happened.
I did a good job until here.
Yes, I'm Rebecca. Rebecca Chambers.
And
I'm
I'm
a
Jill
newcomer.
Valentine.
I just joined the S.T.A.R.S Bravo team last month. Well, I'm really sorry. Are you all right?
That's what I was going to say. Where on earth have you been?
Well, because the helicopter made a forced landing, I just ran into this house anyway, but
Okay, I'll go to the other house and see if I can find any clues.
Yes, sir. But it's strange. I serviced the helicopter recently, but something went wrong with the engine. It was such a short flight.
Okay, I need that serum first. I'm gonna pick up here. Wait, where is the... Okay, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it now. I must. Alright.
Well, what should I do now?
Okay, stay here.
If you go out to search for the other members, how about letting me come with you?
What? Oh, yes.
I have to prepare something. Would you like to go ahead?
Oh my god! Yo, there's ammo over here. Saw that, guys? There's ammo over there. There was ammo over there. I'm gonna kill these guys. I have no other choice. I had to kill them. Ooh, I have something here. I'll take that. I'll take that, please. I'm taking that. There are two more guys here. Oh, this is bullshit, bro. What the fuck is this, bro? What the hell was that? Oh my god, there are plants everywhere here. Oh my god. Yeah. They died, right? Come on. We got the key. I got the key. Oh hell yeah, I'm taking everything from here. Alright, I got those. I need to unlock here. Wait, I've been inside this room, no? Yeah, I must be here. Now I'm gonna take this. There's another one. I need to kill him. Oh fuck. I mean, I could take that. But then again. Come on, take it. Why is not taking it? She doesn't want to take that. No. It looks like they made it in another room. It's just that you can see the problem from this side. He didn't fix this really good. At least for that thing. Yeah. I should be able to pick up that. You push it more to towards the corner, so oh my god. Yeah, I need to kill these guys here. Oh my god. Okay, so here I need to put that thing. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? This guy's alive? Oh my god, get the fuck out. Alright. I mean, I'll kill this guy, fuck it. Oh my god. That's bullshit. out of here. I'm gonna put that diamond inside that. I hope I'm gonna get Magnum. I hope I'm getting Magnum here. Or something. Ram or whatever. Okay, I got cross. I'll take it. Damn, 9 bullets. I mean, I have to take that. Oh, did you take another gun? Yes, yes, you did. Alright, so... But you didn't save it, right? Save it here, fuck. Ooh, I have ammo here. Ooh, secret ammo. I'm gonna save it. There was hidden ammo there. Hell yeah, I'm gonna take that, and then where I need to go? Picture room, right? Ooh, I unlocked this. I'm taking that. Give me that, please. Any ammo here? No? Alright. She has lockpick. Give me whatever we got there. Shotgun ammo. Fuck it, I'll take it. I'll take that. Holy shit, what the fuck? What is this? Take music score. Yes. I need to go. Ah, no! Oh, I'm dead. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Run. What the fuck is going on? Yo, I never seen so many of them there. I'm danger, actually. That's crazy. They almost eat me there, I swear to God. They almost eat me there. They almost eat me. Oh, there's another one. No, come on. Don't die now, Jill. Don't die now, Jill. Yes, yes, I know there's healing inside this room. But there are zombies too. Oh, come on, I won. At least it's... I can't use it. What is this? Ooh, shotgun. Oh! What's going on? What's going on here? Damn, need to use this. Oh, there are two more. Well, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit, man. I'm out of here. Fuck that shit. Fuck. I have shotgun here, but that's item for that room down there. I think I know what should I do. I wanna try. What this shit is gonna give me? Is it gonna give me something? What I got here? Ooh, revolver. So this is a revolver here. Okay, so this we got shotgun, revolver on this side. Ah, I'm dead. I tried to. I didn't even have ammo. I know where I saved. I saved down there. So I'm gonna just reload.
Resident Evil.
So I know what I need to do now.
Resident Evil.
So right now, what I need to do, yeah, I need to go somehow to the. Fuck, what I'm doing? Why? I'm gonna play. Let me die. Fuck it. I wanna kill these dogs. I swear, I wanna kill them. Damn. Fuck. Can't pick up everything. It's only 4 bullets? Like, why? It only gave me 4 bullets in that shit. I can't pick up shotgun now because I don't have a shotgun. I'd rather pick up this. And then... Okay, I finished that. Oh, I need to go grab upstairs now the gun so I can get a shotgun. I want to kill these dogs. No, I'm gonna move this. I didn't move this. I don't know. Ooh, I have more. I have more weapons. get this. Oh, Barry's here.
Jill, what's going on? Any clues?
No, but something's wrong with this house.
Whoa. This hall is dangerous. Maybe it's better to secure our escape route first. There must be a back door somewhere. Let's try to find it first, shall we?
Interesting. Should I follow him? Let me save it first. I want to save here. I want to save it. Now what I need here is... You said to come try to find back door here. Oh yeah, I need to put something here. Yeah. I need to kill these guys. Don't tell me I don't have ammo anymore. Fuck. I know there's more ammo, but I don't know, am I gonna make it? I need to first go here. Huh. And there's one more. Huh, more. Yeah, I'll take this, right? No, I can't carry. There's a lot of shit inside this room. So, and even this shotgun. This broken shotgun. Ammo, shotgun. Everything is here. Come on, Rebecca.
I have to prepare something. Would you like to go ahead? I have to prepare something. Would you like to go ahead?
I'm gonna leave this. Oh yeah, in that room I have. There's ammo over there, I need to pick it up. I need to pick up this ammo, fuck that shit. Now I'm gonna pick up again ammo. Then I need to pick up here, what? No. I want to pick up and finish with this puzzle. Wait, I have... Yeah, I already finished with that puzzle. What about this here? Oh shit. Oh shit, what the fuck? I'm gonna just use this thing. I didn't bring it with me. How did I left that? Yeah, it's not here. I pick it up, but I left it. I think in. I left it. I need to go back. What about here? I can't. Alright, Jill. We need to figure out this. We need to pick up again. That bullshit. Where is that? Oh yeah, inside that room. Okay. Yep. Guys. I need to do... God damn it. You know what? I'm gonna save it, but I'm gonna leave this. I'm gonna leave this one too. I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use probably. Yeah, everything's good. So here. So this is the part where I almost died last time. Now here I need to do quickly. Woo! I have ammo or something here, right? Alright, so now I need to put that note over there. Yeah. Let's finish with that puzzle. Alright, Jill, play this. Play Moonlight Sonata while zombie eating behind me, another zombie. While he's eating him, I'm gonna play Moonlight Sonata. Yeah. I see splashing of blood behind me, like he's eating him really good. Oh, there's so many of them here. Oh, okay, so I need that part. Okay. I'm not gonna bother this. I'm not gonna bother. Who's playing that Mona Sonata? It's funny. Okay, I know this puzzle. Fuck. You know what? Yeah, I will have to do something. I will have to do something here. Wait, did I pick up shotgun ammo here? I wanna clear this. Yeah, I wanna clear this. Nothing else here. Because I'm gonna save now. Damn, this zombie's hiding in the corners. Last time he was on the other side, last time. Okay, so right now I need more space, right? Leave this. Get this. Save it. Let's save it. Now I can go here and finish that puzzle. Now I can finish that puzzle. I got it. So I'm gonna first put this guy here. I know I don't need to, but I will put this guy here first, so I can have more space. Oh, I can't. I can't. What am I doing? I'm taking this. What are you doing? Ha! There's no blood there. There's no blood. You know when it says who blood is here? There's no blood. there anything here? No ammo, no nothing. I should make this room, guys. For Resident Evil. Should I make this room, guys? So piano, there's one plant behind the piano. And there's one room. I should make this room, guys, right? Okay, so now I need to put this shit here. No? What? Oh, you can use it here. What the fuck? Okay, I need to figure out something. It says I can use it here. Then where I'm gonna use this? Disassembling is on the pace. As I know, I need to put it here, but it's not that. The puzzle is a little bit different. Look, he doesn't want to. Damn, my boy. What I'm gonna do now? Alright. Okay, I could go this way. I've been on this side, right? Yes. I had shotgun ammo. I should pick it up. Oh, fuck. Oh shit, you're telling me I have ammo anymore? Oh my god. I can't believe it. I can't believe it, I swear to God. You telling me I don't have ammo anymore? Alright, can I open this? No. Okay, the puzzle is here. What is the puzzle? I guess it's the same puzzle, right? Okay, so newborn, right? Yeah, it's newborn, right? Picture of newborn baby, yes. Then it goes picture of living boy. No, wait. That's boy. What about here? Picture of infant. Yeah, infant. Yeah, infant. Then picture of little boy, right? Then no. I need this picture here now. Here. Young man. Then middle-aged man. And then old man, right? got it. I don't have ammo anymore. Fuck. Oh my god, please no. No, please, no. Oh my god, please let me go. Oh my god, there's like 10 dogs over there. That's fucked up. Alright, alright. At least I dropped that. Damn, I'm danger, danger. Do I have healing? I think I have one healing. I left one healing, right? No, I didn't. I didn't. But there is upstairs. You can get healing upstairs. We must go through the zombies, right? Let me see. Yeah, there are zombies upstairs, brother. You're gonna die now. Yeah, you're gonna die. Oh shit, you're gonna die here. So I had to go all the way back. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that.
Resident Evil.
Luckily I saved down. I saved. Okay. I know what I need to do first. Let me finish this puzzle first. 4 bullets, fuck. God damn it. Need knife, fuck. I don't know about the serum. You can't do this, man. Fuck. We took everything from here, right? Yes. Took everything from here. Let me try to pick up one more time then. Yes, I could actually. Good. I thought I couldn't. I should make this room too. These simple rooms. Now. Now I'm gonna try get first that fucking gun if I could. That would be interesting if I could. Fuck, I don't have ammo. Wait, I was here, right? Yeah, I was here, right? I picked up everything here, right? I wonder if I can get inside that clothing room. Ah, no, no, no. Oh my god, please. Oh my god. Ah, give me a break. Okay, okay, I want to see, can I open that door anyway, so I can't open that door. I think I need special key for that door. I was curious, because he put so many zombies, I was like, you need to pass them, so you can fucking grab that shit, but, nope, it's dead end there. You know what, I'm gonna take this shotgun ammo, and I'm gonna grab the shotgun upstairs on the second floor immediately, right now. These zombies throwing up, then they're gonna grab me. So right here, I can open this door. There's one zombie here, but it's okay. I'll take this, and I'll eat it. Yeah, there's a lot of zombies here. Oh, shotgun. Yes, this is what I need. This is what I need. So I can pass that part. Come on, bitches. Come on, bitches. Both died. Okay, I got more weapon, more ammo. It's fucking 6 bullets, bro. Oh my god, you bastard. Move your ass, bro, from there, bro. I can't move with that shit. Fucking bullshit, man. And all of this for that? Is it worth it? I don't know. I don't know, is it worth it? It's locked. Yes, I have ammo, but I'm dead. Oh, what? Yo! You guys see it? So I used shotgun, but I pressed items. What the fuck was that?
Resident Evil.
Yo, what was that? Seriously, guys. So what I have? Shotgun up there, and what else I need? I don't need this serum bullshit. I don't need this. I will have to need this. What else I need? Grenade launcher, right? There are bullets for a grenade launcher up there, yes. Okay. Fucking bullshit. Oh, move the fuck out, bro. Oh, God. Okay. Come on, Jill. We can do this. We can survive this nightmare. I'm eating this immediately. I'm eating this. Oh, shit, yeah. Now I'm gonna. So I need to shoot him in the head. Don't shoot him in the body. No! I thought I died. Fuck. I thought I died. I swear to God. I mean, I'm almost dead. Two times shotgun and he still survived. Guys. He still survived. I shot him 2 times and he still survived. Give me those 6 fucking bullets. Yeah, this is Magnum here, right? I'll take that. I will need it. I will need it. Yes, yes. Yes, oh fuck, only 1 bullet. Fuck. Come on, man. Yeah, thank you for... I'll grab this first, fuck that. I'm not dying yet. I'm not dying yet, hell no. I'm not dying yet. Give me this ammo. I'm not dying yet inside this mansion full of zombies. Fuck you. I have no mercy anymore, you know. I'm tired of... Okay, I can save it now. Fuck it. I can save it, whatever. Damn, 6 bullets. Oh, actually, I have magnum rounds here. I have already shotgun. I don't know. Put this here. I'll take that. What are you doing? What? What? You kidding me? No way. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Magnum rounds, Colt Python, right? You telling me that I can combine these 2 bullets? Alright. Well, I have to leave you then. Fuck. What can I do? What can I do besides leaving you there? Do I need to do a puzzle again over there and everything? Okay, I have crest. Crest only one. So where I need to... Oh, upstairs, yeah. You need to clear all these rooms here. Good luck, my boy. Oh, shit. Oh! Oh my god! Yo, this hunter got inside. No way, come on. Oh my god, snakes. Oh, I need to run. Grab whatever you can here. Oh my god, I'm messed up. Oh, there's hunter here. Oh shit. Oh my god. No, come on. Oh my god. I'm dead. Damn, I didn't know I have explosives here. Fuck. I'm out of here. Oh my god. Ah! Get out of here. That was close. I swear to God. That was really close. Oh my god. That was really close. And I can't go inside there. Wait, I couldn't open that door from that side. Can I unlock it now? Yeah, this, by the way, this extended version is made on first prequel version of Resident Evil 1. So all the rooms and everything there are from the prequel version. Basically, the version that they wanted to release, but then they kind of scrap it. Oh, yeah, I know what I need to do. Oh, I can't do it. Nothing actually. Basically, I can do it. I can only take. Fuck it. I need shotgun. No. Yes, I need this. And I need this. So right now I need to pick up that fucking shotgun, but it's gonna be hard. There's like 10 zombies inside that room. Come on, give me that, please. Ugh. I couldn't put that shit there. It's probably a different shotgun. Is it gonna save me? Is it gonna save me here? Fuck, he's not gonna save me, bro. Well, I have that other shotgun. Oh, okay. I can use it actually. Damn, Barry, that wouldn't save me, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? So right now, what I need, picked up everything on that side, right? So I remember. I got it here, everything I got here. There's maybe here or something. Oh, I shot him like 3 times. That's bullshit. And it's only 1 bullet here. God damn it. Almost died. Because of this fucking bullet. Alright, I need to go. There's nothing here. I wasted ammo actually only. That's what I did here. I wasted fucking ammo, nothing else. Oh, I need to put this one, right? Oh yeah, I didn't finish that puzzle, right? Yeah, I finished this. Fuck. I finished this one. What the fuck? Damn, I can still take it. Oh, I get it. Oh shit, I fucked up. This emblem should be... Oh, I messed it up. This should be here. Oh, what the fuck? I have extra one? Alright. This is confusing to me. I have 3 of them. Like, what the fuck is going on? It's confusing to me. I had 3 of them. Of course, I'm gonna take this mansion key. So what I'm gonna do with this mansion key? Do I need to go somewhere to the basement? Nope. I can't go here. So everything on that side is finished. So I should go this way. The only way I didn't unlock was upstairs, right? Yeah, but fucking... I think I should. I can't go there, there's Hunter on that side. What about this side? Oh god, yes. This is fucking I'm gonna die here. I'm gonna die there if I don't save. It's gonna be hard. I'm gonna leave this. I don't need this shotgun either. I'll take that. I know I'm gonna die here probably because, gosh, because of the snake. The snake is crazy here. I don't have any ammo or nothing. Only 4 bullets of shotgun, and I have fucking 6 bullets of. And yeah, how am I gonna pass these guys? Fuck you. Kill them all. Ooh, oh hell yeah. I'm taking this. I need to go back. I need to go back and get that fucking Cold Python. Found another one. It's locked. I need key for that shit. Oh yeah, now I need now I need to fight the snake. But first, I wanna do something. I'm gonna put this here. And I'm gonna take this. Damn. The snake is where? Yeah. Snake is here. I hope it's snake. I hope nothing too scary. There's not here. Oh, it is. I get hit, I'm dead. Oh my god, she ate me. This is the first time I'm seeing the snake eating me like that. I think I should just pass her by next to it, kinda, you know.
Resident Evil.
Kinda, I should just pass her by. Yeah. I need that. I don't need this. No! What the fuck? God damn. How did I messed up that shit?
Resident Evil.
Resident Evil! This is real Resident Evil.
Resident Evil.
Fucking zombies everywhere, like fucking... Fucking zombies everywhere, I swear. Alright, there's just that. You need just that, right? Alright. I can't die now. I can't die now. No, what the fuck? Yo, this is bullshit. I wanna die. What the fuck? I wasted ammo and everything. Gonna eat. They can eat. You can eat me.
Resident Evil.
If I miss that, I'm done. I mean, I could try the I don't think I will be able to. I mean, I could go to a snake. Let me see snake again. But I'm not gonna shoot that snake. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try run without. I'm gonna just run like this and try to pick up whatever I need. Because she's faster without gun. So let's see. I'm gonna try trick snake. She's gonna go to that side. Ah! Oh, she she hit me right away. Like I couldn't even run away. Like what the fuck? That's crazy. That's crazy. I can't even fucking run away. Okay, now I'm gonna run to the left right away. So the snake doesn't... I'm trying to skip snake without... to pick up everything without fighting her. You know, I never did that, but speedrunners do that, you know. I always... If I had more health, it would be easy. It's like she eats me right away because I'm in danger. She eats me right away, see? Quick! Oh my god. I can't. I will have to go back other way. I need to do something else first. Okay, I'll continue next time. It's fine, it's fine. Yesterday I was playing with the new framework for the horror game, and I was trying to build no, not try to build, I was trying to see something. It's like Resident Evil 4 style, you know. It's Resident Evil 4 style. Like you see, guys, here. The thing is, I want to load map. I have some maps that I want to test for this Unreal Engine. More cabins, castle. Okay, let's see. Okay, map. Medieval castle. Okay, let's see. I want to test it, you know. I want to test something. It's gonna take a little bit until it loads the whole map. I'm gonna start building the game. But yeah, this it's loading now. Okay, well, let's see what it load. It loaded everything up. As I said, it's gonna take a little bit time until it loads. I'll turn off camera soon because my lights are coming from the, you know. Okay, this is the map, guys. Is this the map of the castle? What the fuck? I don't get it. That's not the map of the castle, right? Move it far away, please. Yeah, this is bullshit. Okay, let's see. Let's respawn here. Alright, let's see. What is this? It's still loading. Still loading prompts. It's like Resident Evil 4. It reminds me of Resident Evil 4. Alright, this is not bad, right? All I need now. I mean, I can use this for... I can use just this map for... I could go upstairs, fuck. I didn't know that. Yeah, but I need, let's see. So this is the map there, you see? So this is the map. I need to click here first, so I can see it. Alright, this is the map. So it's big ass castle. I think you can get inside all houses. I'm not really sure. But it's one big castle, basically. Actually, it goes until here, so maybe this is the beginning of the entrance. That's the entrance there, right? Yes. So So it's coming from that side to here. In meantime, there is this thing here that I need. I just need to see it because the lighting changed here. Fuck. I can barely see it. Okay. Let me see what I need. Fuck it, I'll take this and take handgun. And what else I will have to take ammo. Take ammo and take flashlight, right? You need flashlight. You need flashlight. Okay, it's right here. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Now I'm gonna get out from here. I'm gonna come to the entrance of the castle. You know, this is like this is not high textures castle. You know. It's more up. I'll bring it here somewhere in front of the castle. Alright, I want to see it like this. Put it more down. Alright, that's fine. Wait. Move this here. Let me see. Can I pick it up here? Yes. But the graphics are a little bit messed up. I think it's because of the lighting. I think it's because of the lighting. Besides, in virtual textures, pool size changes are not saved by default to keep changes copy from. Okay. Yeah, that's why I have the lighting. I don't care. I just want to see it. Resident Evil 4. definitely a huge castle. Now flashlight. I forgot flashlight. Did I? Yeah. Fuck. If I jump down, am I gonna die? No. The damage is not. Damage was not. It's not fixed. Yeah. Let me see. There's flashlight here. There is slow motion too. If you press twice X, you can do slow motion. The slow motion, like Matrix. Damn, this flashlight here. It's kind of stuck. Push it more up. It's fine. Okay, I took it right now. Yeah, nice. Now I got it. Now the lightning. You can use slow motion in the game. But only it helps you to turn around. It doesn't help you nothing else. It doesn't help you nothing else. Only to turn around. Like slow down and like you can turn around faster. But it's not gonna aim. You can just aim better. In the slow motion. And you can see better. I'm just testing something. I want to see it, you know. Now I want to see it if I put sky. Skylights. Now I put a little bit dark. I want to see what changes. Nothing, right? Sky atmosphere. Okay, sky atmosphere. Ooh, okay. Let's put it dark. I wanna put it dark. Can I? I wanna put it dark. Ooh, like this. Ooh, this is even. Let me see. Yeah, like this, pure darkness. Ooh. Let me see how it looks like from distance. This is pure darkness now. This is like dark, but you can still see it. But this is like, yeah, like this. Like this. I can change even this darkness here. Actually, I'm gonna leave this normal. Ooh, I can make it even more dark. Hell yeah. I'm gonna make everything dark. Pure darkness. Yeah, like this. High fog. Okay. I don't know what is this, but alright. Atmosphere, sky. Let me see, what else is there? I mean, I can make it like this a little bit. Alright. Now let's see, can I... Is it better like this? Definitely darker. Definitely dark. Come on. Oh my god. No. Yeah, and there is fog too. I put fog. A lot of fog. I made it like really foggy. Damn, I can't even see the... Okay, the castle is there. But the thing is... Yo, this is too dark and too foggy. Okay. I had to do that because I couldn't find flashlight. I need flashlight to see how it looks like. Yeah. dark. Damn, it's so dark. No. Sky sphere. Well, I can delete this one actually. Yeah, I'm gonna delete this one. Let's check it out. Another one. We have another one. Stunning natural place. Let me try now. This is like nature, I think. Let's see. Nope. Yes. Think. It's not this one, guys. It's not this one. Dismiss, please. Fuck, I should wait first. I pressed. I can't do nothing, no? It glitched. It's fine. Let me put some kind of what is this? Ancient temples. Yeah, but I don't want the. I don't want ancient. I don't want the ancient temple. I want the other one. Where is it? Why? Okay. Yeah, take the. Okay, this. Okay, I don't want to touch this. I don't want to touch this. I don't want to touch this. I'm looking only for. I mean, I didn't put any. You need to add. Okay, I'm gonna add. I'm gonna add. It's right here. I'm gonna add. What is this? Ah, shit! It's just small part. I need forest or something like big forest. Natural forest, landscape or something like that. Medieval. I got more of this rural mountain. Um, I want to try that new sci-fi refinery. What was that? Refinery. Yeah, this one is not bad. What is this? Looks like there is a map, but I don't know. I mean, it says that there are forests. Okay, I'm gonna use that one, I guess. What is Soul City? Bullshit. That's what it is. No. Maybe a beach forest. Let me see this one. Beach forest. Whatever the shit is. And I have this landscape. But I can't put it on mine. Not even this one. I can use this one. Hell yeah. I'm gonna use these. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. I already used those. Okay, so now I can go here. Let's see. Forest map. Please give me one big map. I need one big map. Let's see. Oh, this is for showcase preview. Please no, don't tell me. I had to delete it because that's only preview. I need something like right here. BP. War. Let me see war. No? Huh, interesting. So he didn't show me nothing, just oh my god. That's not that's not that's not what I need. Come on, what the fuck? I pressed delete and it deleting like 300 years. Okay, okay. It's slowly deleting, but it is deleting fucking slowly as fuck. Delete! Delete, please! Delete, please. %. Come on, come on, come on, come on. You can do it. You can do it, my boy. Alright, thank God. Oh my God, bro. It took him so fucking long. That's acids. These are fields. But where is the... Yo, is this some kind of joke? Guys. Interesting. Sci-fi. I don't have any more for the. I have a landscape, but it's not for my new one. Downtown, maybe. Okay, there is downtown. Fuck it. I'll take downtown. Day on the beach. What is that? I'll take that too. Dwarven City. What is this? Michi! My cat woke up. She's dreaming something. I don't know. Hey, little guy. What did you were dreaming, little guy? You little guy. My cat is next to me. She's sitting. She just woke up. Okay, now we got everything. Now I should be able to use these. Okay. Alright, now we are Gucci. What do we got? Downtown West. Where is the assets map? Environment. Yes. My little kitty. My little kitty. Say hi. Say hi to you too. Say hi to YouTube and Resident Evil fans. say, say hi to YouTube and Resident Evil fans. Okay. Oh damn, I should wait. I respawn and it's still loading map. Moja Michi. Puchi puchi. Michi. Alright, let's see. Damn, looks good. Needs to load still. Damn. Needs to load a little bit more. It's still loading. 200 props. More. Okay. So this is the map. So it's like small area. Small area. Now this one would be good with, in the darkness. Cheesy fries and burgers. Oh, something's missing here. Few props. There's even water down there. Coins. I don't think I can go anywhere from here. It's just like small city. Like downtown. It's like downtown. Like Silent Hill. The Silent Hill. Only I need, let me see, sky. Sky, atmosphere. Let me see, what can I do there? What can I do with sky? Yeah, let it be like this. That's fine. Atmosphere, let it be blue, it's fine. Yeah, like that. Now it's darkness. Let's make it like Silent Hillish. Like Silent Hillish. Now fog. Wait, what is this? Okay, this fine like this. Yeah, like this. Huh. Oh, a big green. What is this? Yeah, yeah, like this. So you can still see clouds. Yeah, yeah, like that. Like that, my boy. Now where's the fog? This is the fog. The sky is reddish now. Fog. Ooh, okay. 22. 500. Damn. Now I'm gonna put 1000 for the fog. Damn! Okay, I'm gonna put 3 million. Yeah! Alright, I wanna see something. This is beyond Silent Hill. It's go. Oh my god! It's like I'm in a totally different world now. This is not anymore fog. It's like aliens coming. This is more than fog. No, this is more than fog. Damn. Sky fog, where's lightning? Sky atmosphere again. Yeah, like this. Like everything is burning. Like everything is burning. Damn. It's like atomic bomb hit. Ooh, yes, yes. Like this. But more dark. Oh god. Let me see now. It's too much fog. Too much fog. That's why I put it down a little bit. Let me see now. Now it's like pure darkness. Pure darkness. So this is the light. Now it's like... Now it's like... No, sphere. What is sphere? Atmosphere. Ooh, I can make him smaller. I like it like this actually. Ooh, this is total darkness now. Damn. Let me see now. What kind of difference is gonna be? Let me see the difference. Oh, this is really horrorish now. Like you can't see shit. I mean, doors are down. Oof. So what's called ray late scattering. Okay, I'm gonna leave this. I'm not gonna save anything. So ray, I wanna try to do that on my game that I'm making right now. I wanna put it all the way, like I wanna put it all the way down. Okay, guys, I'm gonna turn off the camera because camera is fucking bullshit right now. And I'm gonna make this normal too. Alright, so you can guys see it. Alright guys, you can see it now better. Now what I wanted to do is when I load mine here, when I load mine game, I want to see something. I want to see if I can change lightning here on my game a little bit, you know. Alright, I just put some music on it, you know, YouTube. Let's put music on it, guys, and let's get to work. Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil. Let's see. Is Resident Evil Requiem good?
Before you throw another
This is your
Let's see what he says.
I
Let's
may
see.
not be tall, but I have played every Resident Evil game. Well, mostly. I've played pretty much every unique Resident Evil game. I played them all back to back over the course of like a month and a half for the sake of tier listing every Resident Evil game in the franchise, getting prepared for Resident Evil Requiem, which I just now finished. So naturally, the question on everyone's mind, Charles, how big can you smile? And now with that question answered, next, you're probably wondering, was the game good? Yes. Yes, it was. And after having played through nearly every Resident Evil game ever made, I feel like I can confidently say I know ball. I feel like I know Resident Evil like Elon Musk knows ketamine. So, when I say what I'm about to say here, just know, this means something, man. I think Resident Evil Requiem is a top 5 Resident Evil game. I'm saying it. I'm putting it right there. I'm putting it out there in the open. You can't take it back. Can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. It is an incredible game, actually. And what I find extremely impressive is that this franchise has been around for nearly 3 decades, and yet they are still able to make new games in this franchise that feel fresh and fun. Like, you would expect a franchise that has this many games, like 30-something unique games and like 100-something like ports and fucking Zeebo shit and whatever else they have for Resident Evil, like Java games and all that, you would expect by now it to be beyond milked dry. Just no meat left on the bones, them titties, them melons, vanquished, devoid of substance. Yet somehow with Resident Evil they are still producing very high quality games. They had a very bumpy road there for a little while, like a rough patch around Resident Evil 6. Good heavens, trust me, I know, they really stunk it up there for a while. But once RE7 rolled around, that was literally the fucking cure to the T-virus that was the Resident Evil 6 fucking plague that basically ruined the franchise there for a little while. 7 pioneered a new breath of life into this franchise, which was the first-person horror intense stakes. And then they've built upon it. And Resident Evil Requiem marries that gameplay with the iconic, timeless classic gameplay of the action-oriented Resident Evil 4 formula. It takes both of these elements, builds upon them, and makes something very special here with Requiem. So you play as 2 characters, Grace Ashcroft, who actually is the daughter of a character from Resident Evil Outbreak, which is super hyped, because Outbreak, I think, was a very innovative title for its time that is still very fun to play, even though it's quite janky. And her gameplay is Resident Evil 7 style. It's very horror-focused, it's slower paced, you're not juiced to the gills with ammo, you have to use stealth, you have to struggle, it's very intense. Then you also play as Leon in Requiem, and it's just like in RE4 where it is cheesy, over-the-top action. And these two flow back and forth. And for some people it won't like flow seamlessly because you do go from like survival horror over here to action horror over here, like right back to back. Because you flip-flop between the two of them. So for some people that might be jarring and not super smooth and feel like tonal whiplash, but for me, I loved it. Because I love Resident Evil 7 and I love Resident Evil 4. 7 is actually my second favorite Resident Evil game. Resident Evil 4 OG is my third favorite game. My first favorite is OG Resident Evil 3. There's not a whole lot of OG Resident Evil 3 DNA in here, outside of a little something at the end of the game. I won't spoil it. But anyway, I really think the game is great. I think the story is super strong too. I've seen some people criticize the writing, and I do get it in certain instances. You could say like, writing got a little wacky here and there, but I actually think it's really strong. And it's one of those things that didn't just rely on nostalgia baiting, like, here comes a beloved character from the franchise riding in on a fucking unicorn to save the day out of nowhere, and then do you remember this? Well, good news, it's back, and do you remember that? Yeah, it's back too, but what about this? Do you remember this from old Resident Evil? Also back. and just like shoehorning all these cameos in there for the sake of fan service. It doesn't do that. It stands on its own two legs, and yes, there are some returning characters and some things from previous Resident Evil games in here, but they flow really well into the story that they create. The story revolves around Grace. She is investigating a I'm actually avoiding spoilers for this review, which is something I don't do often, but I really, really enjoyed Requiem, and I want to show it some respect here without just spoiling things, and also anyone that's watching this that wants to know my thoughts on it without like having everything ruined for them. This is me avoiding spoilers. It follows Grace after an investigation, gets all cattywampus, and she runs into a real oddball named Victor Gideon. Victor Gideon kidnaps her, Leon gets brought into the fold, and he finds himself needing to make a journey all the way back to Raccoon City, where it all began for Leon Kennedy. And also, why are they so interested in Grace? Why did she get kidnapped? What the fuck is going on? That's the broad strokes of it. Now, Grace is a new character, and she's actually a really good character, I'm happy to say. Also, huge shout out to her voice actress. The voice actress that played Grace did an unbelievable job. The way she was able to convey terror and panic in her performance for this character was extremely realistic, and it really helped elevate things. So even though I will admit there were times where the writing got a little off the mark and felt a bit off, her performance was still able to sell it to the point where it wasn't like jarring and make you go, ooh, yuck, that was trash. It's just more like, that felt a little weird, but, the performance helped salvage some of those moments. And that's across the board. Pretty much everyone gives a really good performance in this game, and I think that really helps in that regard. But like I said, I do think the writing is solid. I think they do a good job with Grace. I think she is a well-written character. I think some people might be annoyed by her because she has, like, anxiety, so maybe some people might find her to be, like, maybe a little too timid or, not confident enough for a Resident Evil game where you follow characters like fucking Leon Kennedy, who's a superhuman, hanging hog, blowing zombies' heads off, fucking ripping their nipples off and beating them to death with them. Like, she is very different as a protagonist compared to them, but she's not like the full protagonist because, like I said, you split evenly with Leon. It is like a very even split with Grace gameplay and Leon gameplay. It's very nice. You feel like you get a ton of both. But anyway, what I'm saying is I think Grace is a good character. They do a good job with her. Now let's talk about the gameplay. Pretty much exactly what you're expecting if you've played Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Resident Evil 2 Remake. You get that kind of gameplay. You get all of that in one package here. So when you're playing Grace, you're going to be using stealth. You're going to be needing to be more mindful of what encounters you take, going loud, using your ammo, versus which ones you use a little stealth kill with, which aren't free, by the way. You can't just stealth kill things for free as Grace. You have to make something, which is a little vial that you stab into them and they blow up like you just planted dynamite in their body. So those cost resources. And the way that Grace crafts, I thought was very creative. You get a blood collector, you collect blood from killed enemies, or even sometimes like blood from enemies that had already previously been killed, or even buckets of blood in the world, and you will fill up that blood, holder, that apparatus, and then you will combine that with, an herb if you want to make a med injector for heals, or you'll combine it with, some scrap if you want to make ammo for your handgun, or if you want to make that, one-time use insta-kill stealth jab. So her gameplay is very similar to Resident Evil 7's gameplay, but you have even less tools at your disposal to fight the zombies with. You only have two guns. You have a pistol, and then you have Requiem, the big iron, the fucking big tuna. Outside of that, that's it. That's all you have to use to beat the enemies around you, which is why you need to be a little smarter about it and also be slower about it. Now, Leon's gameplay is exactly what you're expecting it to be if you've played Resident Evil 4. It's bombastic, it's over the top, it's high octane, you're killing hundreds of zombies, and there's a really cool change they made to how you upgrade your weapons with Leon. So this time around, they reward you for being aggressive. So you get a tracker that when you kill a zombie gives you credits on your tracker that you then spend to get ammo or upgrades for your weapons, that kind of thing. So it incentivizes you to fucking annihilate everything that's around you. Leave no survivors. So, which is a really fun thing to do. It gives you plenty of resources to do it as well. It gives you a lot of fun guns to play with, even though I do think the guns are a little underwhelming. Like, they don't have the same kind of character that I feel they used to have. Like, I remember playing through Resident Evil 4 OG, you'd have chat be like, I'm fucking team Red 9. No, 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 no. Red 9's trash. And you'd actually have like a debate about what guns are the most fun to use. Here, every gun feels just very generic, very samey. Like, they don't have like a unique identity to them or anything this time around. I don't think there's going to be like really passionate, fucking W870 shotgun fans or something, right? I could be wrong, but for me, it felt like the guns were just very standard. I guess I would have liked to see a little bit more there. But it's not the biggest deal in the world because they are still fun to use and you get plenty of opportunities to use them and kill zombies. His gameplay, I think, is great, and I really like that new system they did with tracking kills and rewarding you for killing things. Like previously in Resident Evil games, the optimal strategy usually, well, not usually, sometimes would boil down to kneecapping, kicking, and then running by to conserve ammo. Here, it's like, you can do that. You can be a pussy if you want, or you can kill all these zombies and get yourself a lot of money and basically max out your weapons really easily. Which I think is very cool. I think it's very fun. Now, something else that's been kind of core to the Resident Evil identity is puzzles. Resident Evil games have always had a lot of puzzles. There's not usually like a ton of brain busters or anything like that, but there are puzzles in there. Resident Evil Requiem doesn't really have that. It's much more in line with like your standard scavenger hunt style game where go over here, grab this to take back to something you passed at the very beginning of the level to open that door so you can go in there, grab that, and put it over there. Which again is very Resident Evil. That's in every RE game ever made. But there's never really like any puzzles to this anymore now in Requiem. There's only like 3 off the top of my head I can think of that are even remotely puzzles, but the solution is in a picture that's in the same room, so you just look at the picture and you see it. I guess it's not the biggest deal in the world, and maybe there's some people that even view that as a positive thing because it keeps the pacing like fucking cutthroat, like you're constantly moving and you never stop to have to solve a puzzle. But I don't know, I felt like it was kind of sad to not have to like solve puzzles to accomplish things. It's just literally going and fucking fetch questing shit and bringing it back and forth. But not the biggest deal in the world, but it is something that I think people will notice is absent. Another thing that I have like a small complaint on is there are a couple sections I think drag. The most notable one is a flashback sequence where you're playing as a child who's running and hiding from a lot of bad stuff that's going on around them. And it's like a cool sequence when it starts, but it goes on for quite a while. And there are times where you literally hide in one spot for like 2 straight minutes of nothing. So it feels like really slow, like unnecessarily long and drawn out. And there's a couple of moments like that, like a couple of places you go that feel like, okay, we've kind of been here long enough. Do I really need to get this many things in order to progress or wait this long to progress? It does feel like it does have moments that are there to pad out time. And it's not that long of a game. And I know this has actually been a complaint from quite a few people because the price tag is $70. It's an expensive game. It has the big AAA price tag on it, and it's roughly like 12 hours long. It took me about 12 hours. Total like active playtime was 8 hours and something minutes. I played through on just standard modern, so it was pretty quick. I would also say this is the easiest Resident Evil game I've ever played. But again, it's about 12 hours long, and that was with me exploring a lot. I didn't just beeline everything, I read every fucking note. I found every single safe and opened every single one, even got the achievement for it. I went out of my way to find pretty much every charm and every bobblehead, but I guess I missed a couple bobbleheads somewhere, I don't know where. I spent a lot of time exploring, because I got really engrossed in the game, which speaks volumes to just how much it was able to draw me in. But it is about 12 hours for $70, and a lot of people say that that's way too short to justify that purchase. And I can understand that because $70 is expensive. That's a very expensive game. But I think this is 12 very, very solid hours. This does not have anything that, any huge blemishes. Like, it doesn't fall off a cliff anywhere along the way. Like, notably with Resident Evil 7, the whole boat section everyone hates, myself included. That section is by far the weakest, unfortunately. But, like, it doesn't have anything like that. This is 12 extremely solid, extremely fun hours. So for me, the $70 felt worth it. That felt fine to me. But for someone else, maybe 12 hours just really isn't enough. The replayability on this doesn't seem to be super huge. It doesn't seem like there's a ton of replayability outside of going back and doing like Insanity. So I don't know how many hours you can squeeze out of it for $70, but I personally feel like it was 12 extremely strong hours. It was a fucking heater from start to finish. So I thought it was a fine price tag for the experience I got. And now speaking of the experience I got, apparently I got something nobody else in the world did. For some reason, I had a very weird bug where occasionally the game would stutter during a cutscene and then the audio would desync. So the cutscene would stutter and then it would play, but the audio would lag like 2 or 3 seconds behind. So you would be seeing the cutscene play out completely silent until the audio caught up to it. So everything was desynced from time to time. And the only way I could fix that was by restarting the game. And even when I like updated drivers, restarted my computer and everything in between streams, it still persisted, but apparently it's a bug that didn't happen to anybody else, and I can't even find anyone talking about that bug. So it seems like something that only happened to me for some reason. I don't really get why. So I guess I can't hold it against the game as like a bug that's native to it unless someone else out there is reporting it happening to them. So I can only speak to my experience. It was extremely annoying. That shit like would ruin cutscenes. It happened to me in the final cutscene, and I literally just restarted it, redid the boss fight, and just took it from the top because I wasn't going to let it ruin the finale. It was a very annoying bug. I don't understand why it was happening, but I couldn't fix it outside of just restarting the game. Though I don't think it is a bug you'll probably experience if you try the game. It is something I wanted to make a mention of because that is by far the biggest headache I had when playing the game, and it looks like it might have somehow been my fault. There is also one other complaint I have, but it's a big spoiler. This is your big spoiler warning. Big spoiler warning. All right, now, this is one of the things I would talk about when it would come to being like writing decisions that I think were a little whack. There is a very cool new character they introduce in here named Zeno, and he is a Wesker clone. And he is super fucking badass. He is positioned for half the game as like the big bad, like this guy is serious business. And when you get to the end of the game, it's looking like you're about to have a huge fight with Zeno, and then he just gets one-tapped by Victor. Like just insta-killed by Victor. You don't fight Zeno. He just instantly gets his cheeks clapped. You can't fight Zeno. He's a fraud. He's literally a fraud. And it was so deflating because I was really looking forward to seeing more of Zeno and actually getting to fight with him. But instead he just gets bent over. It was just disappointing. It didn't even feel like a good subversion of your expectations or like a, ha, gotcha, he wasn't actually the big bad. It was this guy the whole time. It didn't even feel like that. It just felt like, that was kind of weak. Why would you do that? You've really hyped him up. You've shown some of his powers. It was looking like a really cool sequence that we just saw and what we were expecting to get, and now it's just not there. It just felt underwhelming to have him killed off like that. That really let me down, actually. And that's just one of a couple writing decisions that I do think were a little odd for as like a path that they chose to go. Not the biggest deal in the world, because overall I do still think the writing was extremely strong. And like I said, I genuinely believe this is a top 5 Resident Evil game. So I am a huge fan of Resident Evil Requiem. I think it is an incredible game. And yeah, that's really about it. See ya.
Was gonna get delivery, but couldn't find anything inspiring, so seeing what this is.
Instead of settling, download the Wonder app. Wonder gives you access to more than 20 restaurants from renowned chefs. So you can get exactly what you crave. No compromises. Avoid the sad trombonist. Only with Wonder, the cravings expert.
I love to smile. I love to laugh. I love a vibrant sunset with a nice cool... I may not be...
First off, this is the end of the game when the game decided to bring back certain ideas and not bring back others. For example, while the game name drops Umbrella Curse towards the beginning, in reality, what Leon has is the T-Virus. Everyone with the Umbrella Curse seemingly just has the T-Virus. The zombies in this game all have the T-Virus. How come survivors of the Raccoon City incident specifically are getting this T-Virus? I'm not 100% sure about that. The game doesn't really go to great lengths to answer the question. The closest it gets is a report log that's added to your files after a period of time. It claims that the Raccoon City Syndrome, which it is also called apparently, takes place when the T-Virus exists dormant in the body for a prolonged period of time, due to specific antibodies eventually coming to fruition as black bruises begin to appear on the body, leading to those marks spreading, and sickness, and eventual vomiting of blood and death. So the zombies have a mutated T-Virus. Leon has the T-Virus that's stayed in his system since Resident Evil 2, and is only coming out now, I guess. It seems a bit weird, but please, if I am missing something important, as there is so much stuff to cover, please let me know in the comments, and I'll pin it. I'd hate to miss something so simple and steer people the wrong way. Anyways, to jump back to it, as to not confuse you, Grace is at the hotel that her mother died at 8 years earlier, investigating the 5th body that has died of these mysterious circumstances. Outside the hotel, Grace briefly speaks to a police officer who is none the wiser as to what's going on inside the hotel. He actually asks her if this is bioterror or something that could spread. In the hotel, Grace discovers something quite disturbing. Someone has been waiting for her. Spread out on the bed of the same room Grace was staying in with her mother all those years ago are pictures of Grace. Pictures that were taken when she didn't realize, even during the night that her mother was killed. Grace tries to leave and to retrieve the documents her mother left behind, but is attacked by the police officer from before, now a T-Virus infected zombie. Grace barely evades the officer, ultimately managing to push him out a window, and she retrieves the documents left behind by her mother, a journal documenting her fear that hooded men are watching her based on a story she was covering, as well as a strange disc that we can't do anything with just yet. After hearing strange noises, Grace walks upstairs to find a strange man sitting by the fire. This man is gray, warped, and monstrous in his proportions, and he wears a strange glasses mask, allowing him to view people through various different technological lenses. This man reveals that he wanted Grace to come here, that he was waiting for her, that he was the one who took those pictures, and that's why he planted the body in this hotel to draw her here in the first place. That's right, there was nobody that just so happened to die here in this hotel. This man brought that body here, specifically so it would be found and Grace would be asked to come. He knocks her unconscious, tosses her over his shoulder, and walks out of the hotel. He doesn't get far, however, as he's trailed by Leon Kennedy, who is speaking with, not Hunnigan from Resident Evil 4, but with Sherry Birkin, who, if you don't remember, Leon helped escape from the RPD, back in Resident Evil 2. She's also daughter of the Berkey Turkey himself, William Birkin, main antagonist of RE2. She and Leon both have a problem. They're exhibiting the symptoms the Raccoon City survivors have been having. Sherry finds the information on this strange man whose name is Victor Gideon. He has ties to Umbrella and was a T-Virus researcher. Leon goes after him for this reason, only to find him with Grace's body slumped over his shoulder. Leon chases him on foot, only for Dr. Gideon to start shooting random civilians with a zombification gun. Okay, it's actually a gun shooting needles with the T-Virus in them, but the idea of a zombification gun is funnier, so. He turns people into zombies to slow Leon down. After an epic streets fight scene in which Leon kicks most of their heads off, he thinks he's lost Gideon, only for Sherry to send him the information to the Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center. You see, as stated by the research report on Victor Gideon Leon has, he's a former Umbrella employee and current director of the Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center, a private institution that's also a research facility. It handles highly sensitive data and has avoided the scrutiny of any and all agencies for years. The facility, by the way, was once run by the Spencer Foundation, you know, CEO and one of the founders of Umbrella. Grace wakes up and her blood is being drawn. She manages to unhook herself from this contraption she's stuck in, only to be stuck in the Chronic Care Center with a massive, hulking monster. This monster that the game simply calls the Girl is a huge beast that is only able to exist in the shadows. In the light, its skin burns. There's a very scary Babadook-esque children's book in this area that demonstrates the mechanic. Knowing this, we take advantage of light switches and careful maneuvering to avoid the Girl, and power on the button to let us lift up this powered gate to hopefully escape the facility, only for a cutscene to play in which the Girl grabs Grace, slams her against the wall, and seems like she's about to kill her. Cut to Leon a few minutes prior, who arrives at the clinic and is approached by a nurse who claims Dr. Gideon's been expecting him. Led to a patient's room and told briefly about Dr. Gideon conducting experimental therapies, Leon overhears an announcement that the facility is in a Code 6, and all staff need to initiate emergency protocols. There has been a T-virus outbreak, and zombies are now out and about in the facility, but they're not just regular zombies, they're pretty much closer to the zombies from, I would say, Resident Evil 4. They talk, they have characteristics, typically pulled from whatever they were before they got zombified. We'll get to this in a few seconds. Before that, though, Leon takes a chainsaw from a zombie's hands and cuts through waves of them Doomslayer style. I know we're talking lore here, but I do have to explain this is the game showing you the two sides of itself. Grace is hardcore stealth-based first-person horror. Leon is kill everything that moves, wild frenzied action horror. Frankly, it works on both ends. Leon makes it back to where we left Grace. She's being pulled away by the girl, as we saw in the previous cutscene, and Leon takes out his massive, overpowered gun, aptly named Requiem, and blasts the monster's head into bits, freeing Grace. Suddenly, Gideon pushes a button that drops the gates once more, separating Leon and Grace. Leon asks Grace why Gideon kidnapped her, but Grace has no idea. Leon hands her the Requiem to use to protect herself, basically a get-out-of-jail-free card to use very sparingly as Grace for tough situations. Gideon approaches Leon and chokes him out, realizing that Leon is infected too. Now, as Grace, we play through a long survival horror section. We see the stories of the three men who worked at the care center. Chairman Mitchell Bennett, lead researcher Anthony Richardson, security manager Luke Clark, and of course, director Victor Gideon. There's a door with 3 holes, and in classic RE fashion, each of the 3 leading men have a cube hidden in a puzzle box in their office. Our goal, largely, is to get to these offices and find the cubes to escape. A problem arises before we can even begin, though. Grace finds a little girl held prisoner. The girl, named Emily, is blind, and there's clearly something off about her. Why is she being held prisoner in this strange enclosure? This doesn't seem humane whatsoever, nor does it seem like they're treating her for any kind of illness. It seems more like an experiment. After leaving the room, we make our way to the offices, like I said, for those cubes. To go through all the basic lore stuff here, we see the new T-virus at play. Put simply, these zombies have character. It's no longer your basic skinny zombie, fat zombie, and, difficult third type of zombie, like Licker or something. It's singer zombie, who screams really loud and shakes the ground. Zombie who is hearing voices and freaks out about them being loud. Massive fat beastly zombie who just screams and walks around the hallways. And of course my favorite, Chef Zombie. Chef Boyardee? More like Chef Boyardee's zombies scary, or what? Okay. It's not just specific individuals, though. There's a dining room with zombies eating crazily, hunched over their feast and laid out on the table. They're not each individual characters or anything. They don't have, unique personalities for each zombie. It's just the way they're laid out. Like, they're all so unique. In every room you go into, you look at the zombies there and you're, like, interested in what they're doing, kind of. The whole area feels truly alive and dynamic. That's really the way I'd say it, in a way that no other Resident Evil game has. You don't walk into a room and say, zombie in the left corner, zombie on the right. You walk into a room and you see a scientist zombie with a saw in his hand, and in the other corner is an attendant zombie, and there's like an operating table in the middle, and you're like, oh, they're clearly doing something, or were doing something, and I think that's just so awesome. Anyways, we make some discoveries. First off, the staff at this facility are not in on whatever is going on here. They've left notes asking what's going on, wondering why their colleagues are screaming and killing each other. There's also a note to the chairman from V, obviously meaning Victor Gideon, that ties into this previous idea. The note says, I suspect that we'll receive a visit from the DSO shortly. I want you to enact Code 6 at 23:30. I've achieved my goal and no longer have any need for this place. V. The DSO, in case you don't know, is the anti-bioterrorism agency Leon works for. The Code 6, remember, is what was announced over the loudspeakers when the zombies broke out. Considering another note left by Gideon in the room Grace was hung upside down attached to an IV, in which Gideon says everything looks good and is ready for the next steps, we can piece together that Gideon achieved his goal by finding Grace, and his lack of need for this place led him to cause the zombie outbreak himself. That's why nobody knew what was going on. He simply disposed of them all. The chairman also left a note in his notebook, Moon, Sun, Star, Moon, which is deep lore implying the chairman knew we'd be here and wanted to help us with this puzzle. Now, I'm obviously joking, but I did just want to bring up how many characters say something along the lines of, boy, that puzzle was weird, or when entering a room through a complex puzzle, how are people supposed to get in there normally? Which I did find quite humorous. Admittedly, it's not really tied to the lore, but I found it very funny. We then find a note about the custom blood collector the clinic received. They say they've been using it to combine infected blood with all of their experimental substances, showing that while they might not have expected to all die and turn into zombies, to some extent the people working in this facility, they knew they were experimenting with zombie stuff. We actually use the machine in gameplay. There are tons of blood puddles on the floor, and by sucking them up with this blood machine, we can then use the blood machine to combine the blood with other objects to craft ammo or health packs or other useful items like that. We could also obtain new craft recipes by finding important items and synthesizing them with this other machine. So there's like layers to that. You know, you gotta find an item, and then you're like, okay, so do I go straight to that synthesizing machine and try to put this in, or do I risk it? And I really like that stuff that makes you wonder how many zombies you have to walk in front of. Do I have to take a lap to get there and risk it? I like that kind of stuff. Another note references the events that took place when Grace's mother died. Titled Disposal Team Report, the note states that all witnesses at the hotel were taken care of, that the body of the assassin they sent was destroyed, and that the fire that took place was a stroke of luck. The incident will be ruled as an act of arson, and any evidence linking us to the scene is gone. Who is us? Who sent the killer to go kill Grace's mother? Is it Umbrella? Maybe, but perhaps it's someone else. There is another interesting file worth noting before moving on. Victor's journal entry from November of 2004. The game takes place in October of 2026, so this journal is from 22 years ago. In it, Victor states, "My master's research has come to fruition. And that child, she must be the final piece of the puzzle. I need to get my hands on the child's data. I'm sure this will bring me closer to his vision." Then another entry on December 8th. The organization was able to get me the child's medical records. It was lacking in certain areas, but did have her genetic information. I can use this. Who is Gideon's master? Well, we find out in another file we find titled Spencer's Research. Master Spencer's Research, again referring to Oswald Spencer, mutated T-virus strain. Herein documents a theory that uses the T-virus to control memories and will. This research shall serve as a guiding light for all of humanity. In rare instances, repeated mutations of the T-virus can trigger an abnormal reaction in an infected individual's body, leading to changes in their blood. The mutated strains of the T-virus will likely sweep the world, and total eradication will be impossible. Those infected by the mutated T-virus strain firmly retain their pre-infection habits and characteristics. Within this lies the key to humanity's evolution. Finally, stepping back into the actual story for a minute, we meet with Gideon a bit later as he's just sitting in a room waiting for us. He tells Grace that she's unique, and that through her, Elpis can finally be set free. What is Elpis? Well, as we find out, Elpis is sort of at the core of this story, and it's pretty much what every major character wants or has some stake in. Gideon tells Grace that it has to be her specifically, because my master made you who you are. Did Oswald Spencer make Grace? Grace finds the final puzzle box containing the last cube needed to escape, but the buttons are all in Braille, and she cannot read them. So she goes and meets back up with Emily, the blind girl from earlier. Grace carries Emily all the way to the puzzle box so Emily can solve it for her. After obtaining the last cube, Grace and Emily try to leave, only to be attacked by the girl once more, somehow fully recovered from Leon's head blasting. The girl takes Emily, and Grace jumps down a deep hole to find her. But first, Leon. Gideon taunts Leon but doesn't actually divulge too much. This is where Gideon does his research. He knows what's wrong with Leon. His motives lie somewhere in the realm of human evolution, but he doesn't say much more. He leaves, and Leon beats up zombies for a while. Leon eventually finds Gideon's computer, and he and Sherry discover that they have the T-virus. That's what this whole thing is. They also discover that Grace has ties to this Elpis that Gideon wants so badly. Cut back to Grace. That was quick. We're in a spooky prison underneath the hospital. It is technically part of the hospital, but it's more of like a gross, dirty industrial holding cell than anything else. There's run away from the girl, shoot zombies, avoid a crusher, collect and use power cells to solve puzzles, open up the cells, grab Emily, run her to the elevator, barely avoid the girl killing you, cut off the girl's hand with the elevator, and boom. That lasts about 40 minutes in-game, and there's really not too much lore to talk about there. You're underneath the hospital trying to recover Emily and escape from the girl. Again, for those listening and not watching, I want to reiterate that the girl is the name of the giant monster, not the little blind girl. The little blind girl's name is Emily. We did not cut off her hand in the elevator. We cut the monster's hand off. The reason I skipped past this so fast is because while it was quite a good classic survival horror-y gameplay segment, the logs there were mostly the security guards and staff talking about how they have to kill the girl because she's big and scary and dangerous, and they were only, like, 2 logs in total. With this problem solved, we take Emily out of the care center and find a helicopter, with a pilot named Harry standing nearby. Harry, the helicopter pilot, reveals that the helicopter key was taken by his boss, who is Gideon, and left in the nearby research building, and that he'd get it himself, but his leg was injured in the war, and he wouldn't be able to outrun any zombies. We go instead and find a number of interesting things in there. A note regarding research results to Gideon. Your presentation was quite impressive. While we are pleased to hear that the experiment has progressed to Phase 4, it is far from the results we expect. It has been more than 20 years since the establishment of this care center. We require clear results. As an added precaution, we have requested the blockade to be extended to 2040. It is imperative we obtain Elpis before that deadline. The note is important because it follows up on a thread we've been sort of wiggling our way out of talking about. Who Gideon works for. It isn't Umbrella, they haven't been around for quite a while, it's someone else. Someone who has power over the United States government. In the very beginning of the game, a news article states that the Raccoon City blockade has been extended a number of years by the government, meaning whoever it was that was speaking to Gideon in this note had the power to tell the government to do so. In Gideon's office, we activate a switch leading us down to the real research laboratory deep underground. This much more massive lab is filled with test subjects and canisters containing a formula to destabilize and make these subjects explode if needed. They're all being given the T-virus, this new modified version of it. And hiding behind a test tube, we hear Gideon talking to a mysterious individual named Zeno. Who is Zeno? Trust me, we will get to that. Trust me. Anyways, Gideon reveals that all tests came back positive. Grace is the one they've been searching for, and soon Elpis will be in their hands. He then proceeds to blow up the laboratory, of course. Before he does that, though, there is a self-destruction countdown, and we have to run away, and we have to use those canisters to torch a whole bunch of zombies, but we also need to briefly touch on a file that's down there. Oswald Spencer's second set of research notes cover how the ultimate way to preserve the greatness of our most exceptional leaders is to transfer their memories to a new vessel. He hypothesizes that using the T-virus, they can transfer memories from superior individuals to new vessels, hosts who are strong enough to withstand the toxicity of the new mutated T-virus strain while preserving their own intelligence. Grace barely escapes the lab explosion. Zombies cling onto the windshield of the helicopter, and Harry, the helicopter pilot, manages to take off but is ultimately brought down by said windshield zombies and is impaled. In the unfortunate aftermath, Emily, who has been in the back seat the whole time, is injured badly and is bleeding. Grace takes Emily out of the helicopter and escapes through a nearby chapel, assisted by the player as Leon, who uses a sniper to take out nearby zombies and protect Grace. Grace and Emily make it to the water treatment plant, and it's a sort of mini boss battle in a way. We have to flip 3 switches, then push a button to open the massive roof hatch, which will not only allow us to escape, which is, our whole goal, but it'll also shine down an unavoidable bright light, as the girl has once again reappeared and is chasing Grace. This section is really cool and really scary and really intense, and after managing to do this, the roof opens and the girl melts into a puddle. Unfortunately, Emily has died. Grace tries resuscitating her, but Emily comes back as a zombie. She turns into a creature very reminiscent of the baby monster from RE8, and Leon has to shoot her, as Grace is horrified and begs him not to. Grace, thinking about her mother, thinking about how she feels like this is her fault, saddened at what has happened, she gives Leon back the Requiem gun and walks off. She then meets with Dr. Gideon, who tells her that she feels lost, but she's right where she needs to be to fulfill her destiny. He asks her to come with him, and then opens up a shutter door and reveals, I know this video is about the lore, but I need to pause for a second and warn you about something. Up until now, this story has been very reasonable, cohesive, and grounded. I'd argue that we're missing maybe a little bit of the footing that made up 7 and 8's story. We don't really know why we're still participating in the story and why not just leave, but overall it's a solid horror experience. This is the moment, though, where the game completely flips. What's beyond this door and what happens next drastically alters the tone and overall story of this game. You think I'm droning on about memory transfer and the T-virus? Well, it's partially to help you hold on to the story during the rip-roaring next bit of the game. Dr. Gideon opens up that shutter door and reveals to Grace, in the flesh, Albert Wesker, returned from the grave. This is, in my opinion, the greatest gaming reveal in history. I didn't think they were gonna do... Oh, what? Oh, they didn't do it? They didn't? But that's Wesker. He's right there. I see him. That's Wesker. He looks like Wesker, kind of. I mean, maybe a little snazzier than Wesker ever was, but that's totally Wesker. See, the first thing I asked myself was, is that Wesker? He's in a different outfit. He has a different hairstyle. He has a slightly different face. He has a different voice. And like I said, he's got a new, snazzier style. I mean, he's got to be Albert Wesker, right? Well, the game reveals that this is not, in fact, Albert Wesker. It's Zeno, the character I was talking about earlier named Zeno. I was wondering the same thing. Is this Albert Wesker in disguise? Albert Wesker's memories transferred to a new body? I'm sure you were probably thinking the same thing. Is this a Wesker clone? And don't come at me with all that deep lore, oh, the Wesker experiment stuff. There were only supposed to be 2 surviving Weskers. The fact that Zeno here exists is a mystery. Well, surely the game is going to lore dump on us how this makes sense, right? Right?
This is my comeback. Start yours today at purdueglobal.edu/dreamjob.
Cut to Leon. Sherry is telling him that she can't find anything on Elpis and was told to shut down their investigation by the government, meaning something is definitely afoot. Leon decides to go into Raccoon City to figure this all out. We are then Leon in Raccoon City, in what is absolutely the longest segment of the game by far. We now get points for killing enemies. Points can be used to buy guns from the terminal and upgrade them and buy ammo. But first, a giant spider appears. Remember the giant spider from Resident Evil 1? I remember. Well, we fight a giant spider, and it was pretty, admittedly, well, I'm going to say not pretty well done. It was extremely well done. I hate spiders with a passion, and thought that this was super terrifying. It looked really real. The animation was so, I don't want to say well done because I didn't like looking at it, but it looked so real. So that was very good. Also, by the way, zombies still exist. That bomb that was supposed to kill the zombies, it didn't. Not only that, but Sherry confirms that the President of the United States never actually gave the orders to drop the bomb on Raccoon City. As a matter of fact, looking through the files, no one did. There's no records of it. File this one under something shady is afoot. The zombies that existed all those years ago, like back from RE1 and 2, they're still around. It wasn't a nuke that took out Raccoon City, it was another type of bomb. Meaning the giant spider makes sense to exist here. It can still realistically exist because all of the creatures that existed, RE1, RE2, RE3 era, they're still around. Variations of them are still around. And as we'll also find out later, someone may or may not be trying to recreate old Umbrella experiments. We find a BSAA tent. BSAA, in case you don't know, being another counter-bioterrorism organization. This is the one that Chris Redfield works for, with operatives supposedly trying to reach Elpis as well. Not only that, but we find a wiped-out squad of BSAA soldiers. They have body cams on them, and Leon watches the footage. They confirm in the footage that they're looking for Elpis, and they're wiped out one by one as their limbs explode by Zeno, who, in this clip, is totally Wesker, right? Well, Leon barely reacts, which, okay, they never met, so I understand that, although admittedly I do kind of think Leon would have probably seen or heard of Wesker by now, but Sherry looks him up and tells Leon, oh, there's nothing on Zeno in the files. Okay, but wouldn't there be something about Wesker's face? Like, I'm not annoyed at the game, I was just confused. Am I meant to wonder about this character's connection to Wesker? Is anyone? Either way, we know that Zeno didn't want these guys to locate Elpis. We then have to find 3 pieces to a bomb. I wish I could put into words how crazy different this section was from the previous ones. We climb and jump across concrete buildings. We avoid zombies with guns. We get into a missile turret to shoot at zombies in other missile turrets shooting at us. We shoot glass out from under the feet of zombies on a sideways laying building to make them fall to their deaths. Parrying in chainsaws and melee finishes and gas station explosions and machine guns and throwing spears and tanks of flammable gas and more. It's crazy. Also, Leon finds a motorcycle. There really aren't any files to speak of here. I'm afraid I'm going too fast. I'm afraid I'm jumping through the story. But in truth, a lot of this is just gameplay. Most of the time we're in Raccoon City, the dialogue is very light between Leon and Sherry, and there aren't any really important relevant files to talk about. We then get into a motorcycle chase. We fire at these massive wolf dog zombie things while also trying to shoot at Dr. Gideon, eventually ending with us in a sort of joust where we hit his motorcycle, sending him plummeting towards an explosion he definitely died from. Right? Anyways, we've now made it back to the RPD after all this time. The BSAA had set up operations here at one point. Unfortunately, now they're all seemingly dead. It is here where a series of cutscenes/segments played that I have to talk about, but it's so difficult because what I've told you thus far, like, I haven't cut anything out of the story. The only thing I've cut out is the pacing, in the sense that in the story, a lot of these things are dropped on you, and then you have a lot of gameplay before another thing is dropped on you. A giant spider boss fight is dropped on you. The fact that these zombies are still alive and that the government, there's something going on there is dropped on you. And then you have a good 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes maybe of running around Raccoon City doing stuff. Maybe the whole Raccoon City Leon segment might have been at least an hour and a half, maybe 2. I don't know. I don't remember. I can't remember. But here I am, like, dumping all this stuff on you. I need you to understand this is genuinely how the story was. Like, if you took out the gameplay segments, this sort of bam, 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 that's how the story felt to me. Like, you'd be doing something and all of a sudden you'd be doing another thing. Oh, we're with the girl in the sewers. Oh, we killed the big boss. Oh, no, the girl mutated into a monster. Leon killed her. Oh my gosh, Wesker's here. Oh my gosh, like, there's just so much. It was so crazy, and things would just happen, and the game would just sort of expect you to be okay with the fact that they happened. And I'm not complaining, but when you hear this and you're like, oh my god, how the heck do we get to the RPD? I don't even remember. Understand, this is Resident Evil 9. So, like I was saying, we have caught up with Zeno and Grace, and Zeno is going to explain to us, the viewers, what's going on, or at least attempt to. He says that all of these covert military units, specifically BSAA, have come to Raccoon City to retrieve Elpis. Elpis is, in Zeno's own words, the power to upset the military balance of the world. Oswell Spencer's last virus he created before his death, designed to control human consciousness. That's why they launched a missile strike and put up a barricade, to hide it. When the president tried to investigate, they had him assassinated. Again, who is they? We'll get to that. Zeno says Grace is the key to getting Elpis. He shows her several girls that look just like Emily. They are, in a way, clones, created based off of the original bloodwork of Grace herself. Zeno says that Spencer created Grace, just like they created these girls. Grace was artificially made, and Grace was perfect. Every attempt afterwards to create an identical likeness would not work. Now, before we continue, I'd like to go on a little bit ahead and try and explain this, so you're not as confused as I was. You're probably asking, why would they clone Grace? Spooky Dude, you forgot to explain exactly what they need from her. Why would they need Grace to unlock Elpis? What are they trying to clone her for? Well, the game didn't tell you that at this point either. My thought is this. Here's what I'm going to say. You're probably guessing something, if you don't know, that it's probably something like, oh, Elpis is locked behind a blood scanner, or Elpis is some virus that only reacts positively to Grace's blood. Well, you're entirely wrong. To access Elpis, we eventually find out all Zeno needs is the correct passcode, and if the wrong one is entered, the whole facility is destroyed and Elpis is lost forever. So in creating these clones, I think the game, what it was trying and kind of failing to say, was they were making a clone with Grace's memories, thinking that Grace seemingly had the code in her knowledge somewhere. That's why there were all those pieces of information about knowledge retention, and, oh, the little girls, and, oh, I guess I haven't gotten to it yet, but there are future logs implying that a little girl, her memory is not working, the memory installment is not working right. And so my thought was, they think Grace has this passcode to unlock Elpis, so they make Grace clones, and they try and put Grace's memories into the clones, thinking that Grace knew the code, which, I mean, it is so convoluted to say out loud. The whole thing is a bit shaky, honestly. I honestly, personally think there was some, let's say, kit bashing of story ideas going on here, but whatever, that's sort of what the game says. Anyways, we then flash back to the experience of one of those subjects, one of those little girl clones that were meant to be Grace clones, as Zeno says that they all had it very hard, and the whole point of this is just to see how hard the clones had it. As this little girl in the orphanage from RE2, we have to dodge these evil scarred death children who all have red eyes and try to kill us. I'm going to be 100% honest with you here. I don't get this. I don't understand. Test tube clone babies, okay. You're cloning Grace, got it. Okay, I understand. But these evil ones with their heads cut open? Why? The little girl escapes the evil children and finds herself in the Umbrella lab, where files talk about these trials, the clones, and using Spencer's injected plasma for memory transfer. This throws a rock at our previous theory, though. Why would they be using Spencer's blood for memory transfer in these little girls? Wouldn't they need Grace's blood? Didn't Gideon say he was using Grace's blood? Unless, of course, by Spencer they mean Grace Spencer, spoiler alert, which is strange. It just makes my head spin. So let's stop thinking about this. The point, I'm sure you're confused. I'm gonna try and fix this. Zeno says, "You're the key to getting Elpis. We've tried cloning you and these little girls to get someone identical to you so that they can unlock Elpis. How do you unlock Elpis? Well, it's through a secret passcode. So how cloning her would work, the only thing that makes sense is memories. And also, here's a flashback to this little girl who hid from these scary, evil girls with their heads cut open that ends with her showing up in the Umbrella laboratory, and Umbrella employees catch the girl and dispose of her. And that's the whole scene. I had a very difficult time pulling the point from it. I thought I understood, but I don't fully get what the point of the little girl death scene was. If you have an opinion, or if you're like, oh, it was obviously saying this, spooky dude, please tell me. Back in the real world, Leon, frustrated with this confusing story and lore that he's having a hard time wrapping his head around, shoots at Zeno, only for Zeno to do the Wesker dodge. He's totally Wesker. Not Wesker summons Mr. X to fight with Leon. Although technically it's not the Mr. X, but the way Leon's like, I remember you, you really can't tell the difference. This was like the most Marvel movie the game got, but also I was extremely excited. We run away from Mr. Y for a while and end up fighting him outside in his super tyrant form. After killing him, we make our way to the big pit where the Ark is, an underground Umbrella facility that they've taken Grace to. Though it isn't really run by Umbrella anymore, it's run by whatever group is telling the US to keep Raccoon City shut down. Down in the pit, we end up fighting Plant 43. Remember Plant 42 from Resident Evil? I remember Plant 42. Well, Plant 43! I'm not trying to be snarky, by the way. I genuinely find it equal parts awesome and very silly. After defeating the plants, we've made it to the Ark. I'm sure you're saying, wait a minute, what is the Ark? Did we miss something? We missed like a whole little video explaining what the Ark was? Again, I'm sorry, I apologize, but no. I think there's a line in the game where Leon's like, they've taken Grace to the Ark. And Sherry says, the Ark? What's that? Leon says, I don't know, but it sounds important. And then we go there. So I'm giving you all the information I had. Ark is the final area of the game, and we spend quite a bit of time here. Ark is another underground lab. It was developed by Umbrella. It's extremely advanced. It's focused on bioweapons research and development. They infect zombies nearby with the mutated T-virus strain, and they're working on a new bioweapon based on this. According to the information in the location, they are a key bioweapon production hub for North America. They specifically claim that they bring great benefits to both us and the United States. Umbrella is not running anymore, so this Ark is being run by a different corporation, or company, or group that is, making money for the United States. This isn't really that important, although I have brought it up multiple times, so I do think it's time to talk about it. What is up with the whole repeated theme of the secret shadow company running the United States? Well, it's exactly like it sounds. Introduced in Resident Evil 7 and briefly mentioned in Resident Evil 8, there is an existent crime syndicate called The Connections. Previous members include Mother Miranda, Lucas Baker, and more. I'm 99% sure they're exclusively an idea created for the 7, 8, and 9 trilogy and didn't exist beforehand. Basically, they are the new bad guy group. They are pulling the strings, they're the reason Umbrella went bankrupt, and they acquired all their assets, including the Ark. They also are working with, controlling the US government and telling them what to do. For example, keep Raccoon City under lockdown so they can create the bioweapons they need. Basically, the United States has used the Connections as a bioweapons manufacturer and supplier. I'm probably going to talk more about them a little later regarding that whole post-game 60-page wrap-up document, but the thing is, they're implied to be extremely important, but it's not really that deep yet. There is no real telling what their actual deep character-driven goals are. We don't know who exactly is running the show and to what capacity. And while they're name-dropped and they're made out to be like a big bad, they haven't actually shown up as a villainous force just yet, only members of their organization like Zeno and Dr. Gideon, who ultimately end up getting caught in their own ego and opinions to really have us say, wow, the Connections are bad guys. Anyways, other files include a bioweapon catalog featuring enhanced Umbrella designs, a log detailing a conversation between Zeno and the United States, just doubling down on what I said before, and a much more hidden log, revealing that, yeah, the Connections were the ones who determined the missile strike on Raccoon City should happen, claiming all blame will fall on Spencer and they will seize Umbrella's assets. So that's what the whole point of this final area is. To recap, we're in the Ark. Oh, I forgot to tell you, there's liquors in tubes, liquors from Resident Evil 2. Everybody loves liquors. There's all of these logs talking about how this Connections group is actually the ones that are now in charge of the Ark, about how they're the ones that bombed the Raccoon City and insisted it happen so that they could blame it all on Umbrella and take all of their assets. That basically the theme you have to take away here is the Connections are the guys in charge now. So we're in the end game now, as they say, but first, one more nostalgia boss battle. Remember Hunk? I remember Hunk. Except while this is obviously Hunk, the game only refers to him as the Commander. And all the gaming news sites say stupid stuff like, boy, this guy sure looks like Hunk, huh? So while it's obviously Hunk, I wouldn't 100% be sure of it. Anyways, the boss battle with Hunk is awesome, and it's a one-on-one melee parry fight with axes. After beating him, we walk into Xeno's massive yellow ball chamber. He tells Grace that she needs to activate Elpis, tell him these secret codes so that they can activate it and control the minds of the masses. It is your destiny, he basically tells her. The password asks, what does the creator desire? If she guesses wrong, everything is destroyed. Grace has no clue what the password is, and Leon tries to shoot Xeno, only for Xeno to pull more Wesker-esque moves, and Leon and Grace narrowly escape, ending up in the dump. This is where they have a heart-to-heart. The thing is, I've sort of waited to talk about it up until this point. A large part of the game's story is about guilt and how we move on from it, how we carry it with us and what we do with it. Leon has survivor's guilt, and he flashes back to Marvin from RE2 and Kendo and his daughter, and he tells Grace that he couldn't make a difference when the outbreak first happened, so he's here now. Grace keeps feeling like this is all her fault. It's her fault her mother died, it's her fault that all those clone girls died, but Leon and her move forward together. She insists on going with Leon to stop Xeno and says she won't live with any more regrets. Resident Evil is by no means bad at storytelling, but it's also not ultra deep. There's definitely an added layer I'll get to with Spencer, but there's not too much to say beyond this little bit. The story is definitely there, you can feel their guilt in scenes like in the RPD, but for the most part this story beat is kept kind of low burning if you catch my drift. Grace and Leon work together in the final mission. Leon is nearly dead from the virus and pukes and passes out against a wall, basically ready to die.
Are you sure your tax expert is right for you? Switch to TurboTax Full Service. You'll be matched with a TurboTax expert and get real-time updates on their progress, and you get your best outcome guaranteed. Switch to TurboTax Full Service.
We have nearly 300 beaches in Puerto Rico. And each one is a reason to wake early.
Grace, meanwhile, finds a place to plug in the CD from her mother from the very beginning of the game that reveals what really happened with Spencer and her. All this time, Xeno believed Spencer's last virus was this pure evil creation, so much power that can destroy the world. That was false. Spencer was full of regret. Alyssa was asked to interview Spencer, and he explains why he made Elpis. Elpis is, in myth, the goddess of hope, and that's why Spencer created it. Hope, as a requiem for those who passed. He is then handed Grace. Alyssa asks if she is one of his subjects, and he says no. He tells her that Grace is perfectly normal, a child who is in need of a home, and Spencer adopted her for that reason. He says she is his hope. After his death, based on one last file we find out that Spencer entrusted care of Grace to Alyssa in his will. Grace realizes what this really means. She comes to a conclusion that the player hasn't quite figured out yet. She makes her way back to Xeno, and she puts in the password alongside Leon. The password is hope. That's what the creator desires. And it's correct. It releases Elpis. But the whole point of Grace's realization is that the true nature of Elpis is more complicated than we realized. It's not an ultra-evil mind control virus. Spencer regretted everything. It's a cure. And Xeno, not realizing, takes it. Suddenly, he loses all of his powers. Xeno freaks out when Gideon reappears. He says he's humbled by his master's genius. Despite Grace trying to explain that this was an act of goodwill, Xeno and Gideon refuse to see it that way. Xeno is furious, but Gideon sees it as an ultimate device to bring about chaos. With Elpis, no virus-based weapon means anything. Spencer was obviously trying to bring about anarchy with this creation. Gideon decides to bring it to life. Xeno screams at Gideon and saying he's wrong and that the connections are done with him. Gideon tells Xeno that he's nothing but an imitation. Okay, so Wesker clone somewhat confirmed? Either way, Gideon chops Xeno's head clean off, so it doesn't matter. Grace gives Leon the cure so he can battle with Gideon. Gideon, who wants to use Elpis to bring about chaos, tries to destroy the lab. In a big epic final fight, Leon battles with ultra-powerful Gideon. After seemingly killing him, he comes back and, remember Nemesis? Well, Gideon is a nemesis, as Leon says, which is why he was so persistent and strong. His final form is a nemesis-like being. After killing him, peace is restored. Leon and Grace are rescued by the BSAA, Leon and Sherry are completely cured, Elpis is found and utilized, seemingly. Emily never actually died, they managed to save her from the monster she turned into, presumably using Elpis, and the news of the secret underground ARC lab, Raccoon City being a bioweapon home base, and the shadow group running the government is all being spread at the news, finishing the job Alyssa Ashcroft started all those years ago, revealing that while Spencer was obviously a bad person, there was so much more going on. The game ends with Grace revealing that she's adopted Emily. A really heartwarming end to the game. And then there's a post-credits scene where a group of soldiers shows up, they have taken out all the BSAA soldiers, and they retrieve the objective before the wolves are sent in, referencing the stronger team led by Chris Redfield. And that is Resident Evil Requiem. There is more I have to say, obviously, if you look at the time, but first I think I'd like to summarize. When I wrote the script, I didn't realize it sounded like this. Like, I'm reading it back, and I'm like, wow, this sounds ridiculous. Like, I am doing a bad job covering this, but I don't think I left out any details. This game is a very weird game. It's a combination of a lot of ideas. If I told you that there's going to be a game where you're in a quiet, slow, you have to hide survival horror segment against this big scary monster, and also in the same game, Leon, like, karate chops Hunk, fights with a tarantula, they go to the super secret Umbrella Lab, Mr. X comes back. There were so many things that like happened, and I know that that's a silly thing to say. Of course there's things that happen, but this might make me sound like a crazy person, but typically in fiction there is everything is the difference between it is the process of revelation, right? That is storytelling in a sense. You go from not knowing to knowing, and whether that's applied to characters or just facts, in something like, I don't know, let's use Resident Evil or a video game as an example. You are transitioned between ideas. Nothing just happens, right? If something happens, then in a way, even if you don't realize it, the story has prepared you for it beforehand, you know? And I mean, like, you could look at that in the simplest form when a character says, like, boy, I'll never have my hero moment, and then in the end of the movie, he has his hero moment. Oh my goodness. Like, that's like baby's first, setup. But to some extent, I think that Resident Evil Requiem didn't do that. Like, they just had things happen without any setup or transition beforehand, where I'd say, like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, the spider, right? Now, I think, well, actually, pause. So, yeah, the spider had no real precedent set up, where it was like, oh, okay, there could be a giant spider. I could see that happening. Mr. X, like, just came out of nowhere. Xeno, like, completely crazy. It honestly, when Xeno showed up and started being non-Wesker and he was Xeno, I got these flashbacks to Resident Evil 7 Remake, where it's like, whoa, what is going on? I'm so confused. There was, like, a part in Resident Evil 7 Remake towards the end where I think these, like, 3 colorful wizards show up, and Aerith says something, like, ridiculously confusing, like, those are the arbiters of fate. And it's like, okay. And that's how I felt when Xeno showed up. And they started talking about stuff, and I was like, whoa, what is this? And so, the same thing goes for how, like the password in the Elpis thing. You've been hearing about how Grace is needed for Elpis, and then it turns out it's a password. And it's just this weird, like, oh, so then why did you need her? It just felt like there was no transition. They were just rough, very, very, very rough platforms we were jumping between, where there was a gap in the middle, and we just had to leap from platform to platform to platform. No smooth walk. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that makes sense or if you agree with me at all. Maybe you don't. Maybe you think I'm crazy. But when it comes to the story, it was kind of choppy like that. And I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing, because I didn't dislike any of the things I told you. Well, I guess I think maybe the third act could have been cleaned up a little bit, but I didn't dislike Mr. X. I was so thrilled when Mr. X showed up. I mean, I was, like, blown away. Like, here I am playing this game, and out of nowhere, with no setup, Mr. X shows up. Same with the spider. I was like, whoa, a giant spider, okay. Like, how was I supposed to predict this? And it was awesome, and they did it really well. But if you look at something like Resident Evil 8, it just felt so much more cohesive, and I felt like that was missing from Requiem. And I'm going to talk about my thoughts on the game. I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but I just wanted to say that so that you understand my attempt at retelling the story. I have gone through every file, every log. I haven't left anything untouched or undiscussed. The story really was, you've got Grace. She is investigating these murders. She sort of gets roped up in a series of events. She wants to save this little girl, but then the little girl dies, and she's sort of dragged to the RPD and then the Ark by not Wesker. Why did Zeno take her to the RPD in the first place? It's not exactly made clear. Couldn't they have gone straight to the Ark? Why did Zeno bother? Like, what was the mindset behind so many of the decisions? I'm not too sure. Why, like, and then there's Leon, and it's like Leon's a little bit more understandable, but he was sort of just dragged from place to place by, wherever the plot guys were going. Oh, they're taking her to the Ark. I gotta get to the Ark now. Oh, they're going here. I gotta get to here now. Whereas in something like Resident Evil 8, you've got to get your daughter's pieces that are in jars, and so go to the 4 bad guys. But even then, they managed to smooth it over. Like, I remember, I forgot his name, Magneto. His segment, there was like a build-up where there were like signs pointing to his place, and it was like, ooh, what's going on? And then he offered you the proposal of working together to kill Mother Miranda, and it's like, there's a sort of transition between not being in Magneto's realm of the story and being in Magneto's realm of the story, And by the time you were fighting like the metallic robots underground in his secret bunker, it was like, yeah, I completely believe that. With Requiem, I'm surprised they didn't throw robots at us. It was just really crazy and breakneck. So yeah, that is the story of Resident Evil Requiem. There is that 60-page document I mentioned. Technically, I lied. It's actually more like 60 slides, and it's nowhere near as big as I made it seem. Basically, after completing the game, you get a bonus, and it's called Grace's Report, and it goes over the full story from beginning to end of the Raccoon City missile and what came after, with the information about the connections in mind, sort of recapping and re-explaining what Umbrella is and the history of Umbrella and the legacy of Spencer, reframed as being ordered by, again, the connections running the government. For example, there's a reference here in these to Brandon Bailey, protege of Dr. James Marcus and one of the founding members of Umbrella Pharmaceuticals. He was once believed to be a founder of the Connections, but in this report it claims that he may have been only a small cog in the larger machine. We now believe the Connections had deep roots in the criminal underworld since before the 1980s. So that specific snippet isn't like hyper important or anything. I'm just trying to show you what this is. This is like, hey, the Resident Evil story with this new storyline we're starting to go on kind of added onto it. And it's not a bad thing. Again, I'm not complaining, but it definitely feels like, okay, their next thing in the Resident Evil world is the Connections, this new group, this new evil bad guy group that we know very, very little about except for the snippets we've seen in 7, 8, and 9. And the Connections are seemingly going to be the next big bad, like the next Umbrella, I suppose. And so by saying things like, oh, they had deep roots in the criminal underworld since the 1980s, it's like, oh, okay, so they can appear anywhere on the Resident Evil timeline. We can have another Resident Evil game. They could appear in the Code Veronica remake. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what I believe this document is partially doing. The problem with me recapping all of this is that it largely restates what I've already stated, outside of some specific dates and bits and pieces. But I will kind of summarize what this big document states. Basically, Spencer created Umbrella aiming to evolve the human race out of some amount of actual good intention originally. The company illegally and inhumanely experimented. There was a divide between Oswell Spencer and James Marcus, two of the founders. In 1978, Marcus developed the T-virus, which caused the subsequent outbreak. Spencer had Marcus demoted, absorbing T-virus research into a facility under his own control, and from then on, Umbrella began to actively research and develop bioweapons under Spencer's leadership alone. The underground facility Ark was once the administrative center of Umbrella's research. Spencer's 4-step plan involved investing into Wesker's plan in the T-virus, development of Elpis, and finally memory transfer and forced evolution.
Sophia Mechanical Group, licensed and insured expert heating, plumbing, and cooling solutions tailored to your needs. Trust Sophia Mechanical for exceptional services.
Then the report claims that mysterious funds had been going to Marcus, $30 million from the F Foundation, which no longer exists and was a puppet organization of the Connections. Marcus's protege, Brandon Bailey, took over communicating with the Connections, who were using Marcus and then Bailey to try and take control of Umbrella. Umbrella grew and expanded, numerous accidents caused problems for Umbrella around the world, and moles had infiltrated the company. Spencer could not control it anymore. He did, however, manage to protect the Ark and Elpis. The T-Virus outbreak allowed the Connections to order that missile strike on Raccoon City, with Spencer ultimately being blamed for everything, and Umbrella's assets ended up owned by the Connections. During the Umbrella trials, evidence against Spencer was presented by Albert Wesker, who, as it turns out, was linked to Tricell, which was linked to the Connections. The Connections and the government seized Ark and all bioweapons. The report states that while Elpis is a powerful instrument that can render viral weapons inert, it also has the potential to be used for good. It's possible Spencer's true motivations behind Elpis were peace and redemption. And that's the report. I'm sure you've got whiplash. That was like a ton covered. Ultimately, the whole point of this, to summarize the report, it's ultimately stating Umbrella had Spencer behind it all. He had some good intentions, though obviously was experimenting inhumanely and doing bad things. There was this other guy, this Marcus guy, who was being paid by the Connections, and the Connections ultimately found Marcus's protege and linked with him. And so throughout history, there was always a link to the Connections within Umbrella. And Spencer managed to protect the Ark and Elpis, which is why this story was able to happen. But outside of Elpis, the Connections were able to take control of everything. It's revealed in the game that all of the creatures that Umbrella had created have been sort of redone by the Connections. They're like those catalogs of biohazard creatures that you could buy that were in the files in the Ark section. Those were all the Connections rebranded, redone versions of the Umbrella monsters. So that's all this report is trying to say. Frankly, to be... I know that people don't like when I talk like this, but I think the point of this 60-page report is to retcon and give an explanation as to who the Connections are and why they've been always involved. And, oh, you know, these are the new bad guys. That's it. That's the whole thing. I can't dance around it. These are the new bad guys. This report is to show you, oh, by the way, the whole time Umbrella had, you know, a mole who helped make it all happen. It was the Connections, and so they're the bad guys now. That's what I think the point of that is. And I hate, you know, spinning on about dates and times and having you guys all say, like, whoa, what the heck? That's confusing. When, in reality, I think a large number of these things can be boiled down to, yeah, there's a new group and they're mysterious. As far as deep lore goes, I'm always afraid these videos will come across as more plot summaries than anything else. The truth is, there really isn't anything much deeper that I can pull from here. The story of the game, wrapping all the threads together, including all the different story ideas into the files and, you know, all of the different, like, little tidbits to combine them into a cohesive narrative, that's what I want these videos to do, and I want, you know, you viewers to sort of get that from that and to be able to say, oh, I want to see the story of Resident Evil of 9, of all the lore, of what actually happens, of what it all means, and get it. But to a lot of people, this story might sound insane. A deep, scary, quiet survival horror against a monster, then a chainsaw epic zombie fight, then more scary monsters, then super awesome sniper rooftop mission, then more scary monsters, then motorcycle racing, giant spider fighting, Plant 43 boss battle, Hunk boss battle, Mr. X boss battle, fake Wesker who isn't really Wesker. It just sounds so crazy. But the thing is, I think you need to think of it like this. I think that even just describing this story to you, it is doing an injustice to Resident Evil Requiem. I think Resident Evil 9 is, in a sense, a Requiem. Resident Evil, the era we know, is over. This is the last goodbye to it. To that era, to the Umbrella Corporation and all of its creatures, to Albert Wesker, to Hunk, and everything that came with that. When you look at it like that, like almost as a sort of art piece, still life type thing, things make a little bit more sense. We obviously couldn't have Albert Wesker himself come back from the volcano to be a secondary villain. But this game is the send-off to all those concepts, so we had a fight against Lickers, against Mr. X, against someone who sees bioweapons as a source of power, someone who sees it as a source of chaos, people who believe in human evolution as the future. There's an Albert Wesker character. Is he the Wesker? No, but he's a Wesker, because the last Resident Evil that's Resident Evil needs a Wesker. That's the way I see it. It is a combination of all those things that made Resident Evil, and a goodbye as we take new steps and go in new directions. And now we've reached the point where I talk about how I feel about it. And that's a very complicated question, because honestly, I feel upset now. I was like really cool and collected going into this, but as I've recorded this video, I feel like, man, I hope you guys like this one, because this story sounds ridiculous. It sounds like what? I couldn't follow any of that. And frankly, thinking back on it, I don't know if I could follow any of it while I was playing. Here's my opinion on Resident Evil Requiem. To start off, I enjoyed it quite a bit. I had made several guesses as to what Resident Evil 9 would be. Space station, just generic sort of mansion-y, hospital-y, large area, return to form. I could have never predicted any of these things that have happened. However, I have seen all the reviews at a 9 or a 10. I have seen everybody praising this game so much. I think there's a lot of hype right now. I think there's a ton of hype, because this game is hype moments and aura. Leon faces down and duels on motorcycles with pistols. Leon fights Hunk in a hand-to-hand combat in a smoky red room, which was awesome. A Wesker-like guy comes back and is cool and mysterious.
I wasn't always here, but thanks to Purdue Global, I got my literal dream job.
But
and it couldn't be argued that the investment hadn't paid itself back. With the game's inflated budget meant that for Capcom, Resident Evil 6 was a costly gamble. Action, while providing the franchise with its broad appeal, had begun to erode the foundations of what differentiated Resident Evil in the first place. Resident Evil 6 was a clear indicator that there could be too much of a good thing. To keep pace with the trending action-first games that the franchise was attempting to compete with, the size of the investment was simply unsustainable, compounded with the fading of the popularity of the horror genre in gaming as 2012 came to a close. Capcom were forced to shelve the mainline games in search of a better path forward, one that deviated from their current trajectory. As the new year began in 2014, Capcom were ready to take the next step with Resident Evil. This moment in time was a critical juncture in the reputation of the game. Another misstep and the franchise may lose its trust with its fans. Resident Evil had, for better or worse, lost a core piece of its identity, namely survival horror. The foundation that had been set nearly 2 decades ago. Capcom needed someone to bring the soul of the series back and define what Resident Evil was once more. But of the many veterans that were still in the company, who was truly equipped to light a fire under the franchise? In January of 2014, Jun Takeuchi, famed for his prolific influence on the franchise, had been tasked with the role of executive producer on the next mainline installment, Resident Evil 7. Having been with the series since the very beginning, Takeuchi knew that to revive the franchise, he needed to take it back to its roots, where fear and terror were synonymous with the name Resident Evil. In fact, Takeuchi outrightly stated in a making-of documentary that Resident Evil 1 was a primary inspiration for Resident Evil 7.
私、バイオハザード1の開発も携わっていたんですが、やはりバイオハザード1の時はいかにプレイヤーに近い距離で恐怖を感じてもらえるかっていうところを重視して作っていた。あの当時の感覚をもう一度思い出すっていう作業に近かったと思います。今回はそこの切り替えっていうよりは自分の頭を1990年代にグッと戻すっていうようなイメージで取り組みました。
His first task was to put together a team capable of delivering his new vision for a survival horror first game. For the position of director, he looked no further than Koshi Nakanishi, who had delivered Revelations, a well-received spin-off title that played into the traditional survival horror experience akin to earlier games. Nakanishi was given 2 directives: bring horror back to the forefront and design the game around the motif of the Evil Dead. This could have been interpreted in many ways. To Nakanishi, this meant a singular environment that was isolated, unforgiving, and intimate, with a cast of characters limited in scope, only exploring a handful with focus and depth. Takeuchi felt that to properly achieve this vision of a survival horror-centric revitalization of the franchise, a first-person perspective would be critical to capture the suffocating tone of a core horror experience. From the game's producer, Masachika Kawata, after we made the decision, it was, what do we need to do in order to make sure sure that we're able to offer the player the ultimate horror experience. That was what led to the decision of going from the third-person perspective to first-person perspective. We figured this would be the best way of allowing player immersion. In terms of characters, we figured, let's not have previous characters make an appearance. Lead characters really blend in better with the survival horror aspects when we're able to allow the player to empathize with this really average character. This change to a first-person perspective was unquestionably a risk, as it was a very large departure from the third-person perspective that had become synonymous with Resident Evil and survival horror more broadly, a risk that, even today, is still considered controversial for a portion of the fanbase. Selling this new concept was the dev team's first challenge. How do you convince a broad set of stakeholders in Capcom that a true horror experience was the right direction for the series to take? The team put together a short concept film to capture the tension-filled and isolating tone that had initially excited the dev team, a new format that put the player in the scene rather than sitting over the shoulder of a capable combat-trained professional. Needless to say, the concept film was very convincing. Singular vision for a stripped-back, simple and yet elegant distillation of spine-chilling terror filled executives and developers from across Capcom with a sense of excitement. Nakanishi was rewriting the book on embodying a survival horror protagonist, throwing everything at creating one of the most immersive atmospheres that the industry had ever seen. This included taking graphical fidelity to a whole new level, with photorealism and environmental accuracy being a key driver to ensure that players felt as empathetic and connected to the terrifying ordeal that Ethan Winters would be going through. The team went on both domestic and international excursions to capture highly detailed assets to reference for the game's environments and tone. This was no pristine, high-class manor filled with ornate puzzles. It was a time-weary mansion in the enigmatic bayou of Louisiana, and that was by design, a relatable, realistic location where anyone could one day potentially find themselves. To add to that sense of realism, the characters of Resident Evil 7 were carefully designed by Muramasa Sato, the game's scenario director, to have a monstrous presence that was tonally cut through by their humanity. While Mr. X and Nemesis were terrifying in their own right, there's a primal uncomfortability that is triggered when Jack Baker chases you around his family home, speaking to you in your own language, hinting at the humanity that this imposing entity has now lost. It is these remnants of humanity that make the Baker family and the disturbing acts they commit throughout the game that much more horrifying. These monsters act like humans, toying with your own sensibilities of the way that humans should behave. When Resident Evil 7 launched on the 24th of January 2017, its critical reception was overwhelmingly positive. Its bold experiment with the Resident Evil formula was well received by a large portion of the fanbase and the gaming community at large. It was strongly positioned as a modern classic, taking a decisive step forward for the survival horror genre and redefining the immersiveness that could be achieved with modern hardware across consoles, PC, and VR. Despite its critical success, Resident Evil 7 initially fell short of Capcom's sales targets of 4 million units, but by the end of its debut year had sold through 5 million copies. Today, Resident Evil 7's lifetime sales is north of 16.4 million, but its uptake was gradual compared to breakouts like Resident Evil 5. Underlying all the success was a reasonable share of criticism and attrition when it came to the game's accessibility. Resident Evil 7 was, while unquestionably brilliant, flawed. While the game was criticized for its inconsistent third act and Ethan Winters' lack of character development, it was one other factor that influenced its slower success in the market. Resident Evil 7 was scary. Really, really f***ing scary. And while this was also the source of its lasting legacy as a modern survival horror classic, it did also alienate consumers. Many felt that its daunting fear was too much for them to want to experience it for themselves. Rightly or wrongly, this was the market reaction that Capcom would fixate on as their attention turned to the next mainline game.
Cancer care isn't just about treating the disease. It's also about helping people live well during and after treatment. At MSK, we don't just treat cancer, we treat people.
Capcom had come back to their prior conundrum. Having now tested both limiting cases of the Resident Evil experience, extreme action and extreme horror, the publisher decided once more to take a conservative approach to Resident Evil 8. The word accessible was a common theme in discussions as initial designs began to take shape. In the words of the game's producer, Tsuyoshi Kanda, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard very much reflected a genuine effort to go back to our roots and create a title that evoked the level of fear offered by the first installment of the franchise. The positive reception we received after it launched was incredibly validating, and the development team as a whole was both relieved and very happy. At the same time, we also heard some fans say that the game was too scary. We want Resident Evil to be accessible to as many people as possible, so Resident Evil Village did take on a more action-oriented approach. Absorbing the successful components of Resident Evil 7 meant a few things: keeping the first-person perspective, continuing to pursue the mold arc, utilizing the RE engine responsible for Resident Evil 7's graphical immersion, and focusing on a survival horror experience. While they were dialing in the terror-inducing DNA, it was a centrally important design pillar of the resultant game, which the developers characterize as a struggle to survive. Capcom were aiming to experiment with more flexibility around the player's fear. In designing the game's difficulty settings, these modes were reframed as options to tune the emotional experience, as opposed to a pure refinement of player challenge, an experiment to allow players to select their tolerance for fear in the hopes of appealing to a broader market. From the trailer's first reveal, one thing was inherently obvious: Resident Evil 4 was a core inspiration for the game. Its isolated village in the middle of a European landscape populated by infected villagers felt familiar, yet fresh in its presentation, but it would be reductive to say that Resident Evil Village was purely an action-focused game. It was action-focused, even dominantly so, but mainly in certain stages of its level sequencing. Its opening hours in the House Beneviento falling squarely in the definition of a survival horror experience, but weighed against the later stages of the game where Ethan's arsenal was so extensive that action becomes front and center, and this actually was by design. The concept is a horror theme park with characters that stand out against this beautifully rendered environment. The stages cycle between horror and action to help the players stay balanced. That's something we learned from other Resident Evil games. When Village launched on May 7th, 2021, it was met with a mostly positive reception. It was unquestionably a good game, a compelling setting, memorable villains, tight combat, and thoughtful level design, but it certainly wasn't perfect either. Critics and fans reacted to the game well, but similarly to prior games, there was an evident disambiguation of the game's identity. While the horror theme park concept was conceptually interesting, it translated to a somewhat confused gameplay experience. It lacked the simple elegance that Resident Evil 7 had aimed for. In scaling that experience up and driving more action into its DNA, it lost the deep immersion that its predecessor had mastered. Commercially, Village outsold 7, reaching 6 million units in its debut year, where Resident Evil 7 took almost 2 years to achieve the same outcome. Now, this unquestionably was impacted by two other factors that are worth raising. One, between Biohazard and Village, the remakes of 2 and 3 had also been released to commercial success, creating a clean runway for a new mainline game to succeed. And two, the global pandemic that accompanied its release had generated a massive amount of customer spending on digital entertainment. It's worth stating that the Resident Evil 2 remake's overwhelmingly positive critical reception was a further validation that a more traditional survival horror take on Resident Evil was still in vogue for players and brought a new generation of fans to the franchise. Comparatively, the Resident Evil 3 remake's critical reception was distinctly poorer, but despite being a more action-focused iteration, it's hard to use it as a piece of evidence that its faster-paced gameplay was the cause, as the game had an abundance of glaring issues outside of just its action. So looking at the higher sales numbers but slightly lower critical feedback of Village gave Capcom reason to pause. And the attempts at broadening the series' mass appeal worked. Commercially, sure. From a gameplay perspective, maybe, but maybe not. From here, it wasn't entirely clear how they might continue that Sisyphean effort of balancing action and survival horror. Capcom, like many fans, had one thing on their mind as future game releases came into view, or should I say, one man, Leon S. Kennedy. Remarkably, Resident Evil Requiem's development started as far back as the 2019 to 2020 period, meaning that the incredibly successful 2023 remake of Resident Evil 4 and Requiem were both in development alongside each other. Requiem more so, post the remake's launch. Resident Evil 4 remake's release in March of 2023 had sold past 6 million units by December of that same year, making it, at the time, the fastest selling Resident Evil game of all time, reaching universal acclaim from critics and fans alike. It proves something very important, that fans still put this blend of action and survival horror toward the pinnacle of a Resident Evil experience, evidence of market interest that was impossible for Capcom to ignore. So with Requiem now coming into view as the next mainline installment, a solution to Capcom's balance problem was starting to become clearer. As Requiem's development began to heat up, there was a clear desire to bring the story back to its main thread, with Leon driving its events. On the table were a multitude of experiments that Capcom had tested since Resident Evil 7's release in 2017. How do you take the survival horror atmosphere of 7, the tense combat of the remake of 2, the evolution of the first-person combat in Village, and the personality of the 4th installment, and create something that builds on their collective successes? As with each prior title, Requiem was going to be another experiment, in some ways more bold and others more subtle in its approach to refining the formula. You see, Capcom had decided to impart the responsibility of balancing the experience, at least in part, to the player. At face value, you might call Requiem a clashing of worlds, Grace representing the tense survival horror of Resident Evil 7 and Leon the egocentric action blockbuster of Resident Evil 4. And while that's unquestionably true in many aspects, Capcom was going to give you the option to ratchet up fear or reduce it to fit the specific blend that you can best enjoy. First, Requiem permits on-the-fly changes to its first and third-person views. Now, the dev team intends for Grace to be played in first person and Leon in third, but if you so desire, you can switch these perspectives to either have a more or less intimate experience. While the intended horror is still somewhat inescapable, your immersion in it could be tailored to make it less impactful and thus more accessible. Imagine if you could corner peek Jack Baker. It wouldn't have been nearly as terrifying. In pondering this question for themselves, Capcom introduced third person to Resident Evil Village in 2022, and the general consensus was that it definitely lightened the fear in the game, giving Capcom a lever for players to pull. Second, Requiem features multiple modified difficulty settings, most interestingly the casual and standard classic modes. Casual now has a heavy aim assist function that auto-aims at enemy weak points to enable players to focus on story and puzzle components of the game. As in the Resident Evil 2 remake, Standard Classic reintroduces the series ink ribbon mechanic that requires access to an ink ribbon in order to save. The former eliminates much of the pressure and panic in the game's claustrophobic combat, and the latter enables even more tension by limiting the number of saves available during your playthrough. Together, these options compounded with a split in the game's pacing between the timid Grace and the indomitable Leon permits Capcom to give some of the agency back to you in how the game will play out, reframing fear as a spectrum, one that can be finely tuned much like an FOV slider in the player menu. There's also nuance in understanding the reasoning behind the split between Grace and Leon's gameplay perspectives. The pillar of the game's design is structured around the concept of addictive fear. In some ways, addictive fear is analogous to the addictive brutality that players experience in overcoming a punishing boss in a From Software game. There's an innate, almost primal response we get when overcoming something difficult. Nakanishi's instinct that fear is that hurdle that we need to vault over is the core principle behind Capcom's decision to bifurcate the gameplay in Requiem. In his words, it's almost like having two games with completely different types of tension mixed together. Early on, we worried players might not be able to keep up, but now we feel that the contrast gives the game a unique rhythm, like jumping into a cold bath after sitting in a hot sauna. It was important to combine the slow and fast segments as well, and Grace and Leon turned out to be the best combination for that. Leon also has a lot of new actions, giving you a strong sense of release compared to Grace's sequences. In early production, Requiem was originally going to focus on an experienced Leon front and center, but early designs felt at odds with his character's legacy. We always thought about making Leon the protagonist, but making a horror game based around him is difficult. He wouldn't jump at something like a bucket falling. No one wants to see Leon scared by every little thing, so he's actually quite a bad match for horror. But the desire to bring Leon back to Raccoon City and place him in this intense survival horror experience was still there, and needed to be offset by a character that would act as a vehicle for player fear, which is where Grace enters the picture. Grace is described by Capcom as a new type of character for the Resident Evil series, but one that is introverted and easily scared, or more directly, the biggest scaredy cat in Resident Evil history. In spite of this description, she also needed the credentials to feel compelling in the universe of the series. A trained FBI operative, she has the gun skill to defend herself and the professional experience to tackle the game's famed puzzles. It's clear that Capcom very finely handcrafted a character that sits incredibly decisively on the knife's edge of credibility versus realism. Capable, yet terrified, credentialized, yet underprepared, strong enough, but just barely human in a universe where humans feel more than their birthright, and experienced Leon, the antithesis of Grace's very design principles. So Capcom, in creating Grace to shoulder the burden of Resident Evil's modern survival horror take, was needed to ensure that these two worlds of action and survival horror would not be at odds with one another. The literal untangling of these interwoven visions means that Resident Evil's modern evolution into survival horror-centered design can exist without the broad market appeal of its action competing unnecessarily for the limelight. So Requiem is, in a sense, an experiment to see if the bold separation of the action horror and survival horror can finally achieve its perfected balance that it has been grappling with for the last 3 decades. The unique flavor of action and survival horror that Resident Evil is founded on has led to its genre-breaking success. Its legacy in gaming royalty is a testament to this complementary blend that Capcom invented nearly 30 years ago. Capcom's desire to reach broad market appeal while preserving the identity of the franchise that has lasted since the early sequels to its debut title. Rightly or wrongly, its experiments in elevating the profile of action gameplay resulted in some of its highest selling and beloved games, but in doing so learned that the true Resident Evil experience is one where true horror sits at its core. With decades of experiments with the series formula, Resident Evil Requiem stands as a testament to all that Capcom has learned, a game that flips the entire concept of balance on its head, both through its almost complete thematic separation of survival and action horror, and its desire to put control of that equilibrium into the hands of the player. It is fitting then that it has the title Requiem. The game itself is an artifact of remembrance, not only in its return to the birth of the franchise in Raccoon City and the reckoning that unfolds there, but a reflection on 30 years of Resident Evil, a requiem to one of gaming's most iconic franchises, and the near eternal struggle that has driven its evolution since its first outing on the outskirts of Raccoon City.
Resident Evil
Let's get it. I'm expecting...
Hey, Beyond. Hey, Beyond. Beyond. Okay, so I was wrong about this game. So Resident Evil Requiem is a game that's obviously been on our radars for a...
Someone's popular.
I've been selling stuff on eBay. Handbags. That rug you gave me? Sold.
Find what you love, sell what you don't.
I'm gonna get you a really good price on those earrings.
eBay. Things people love.
I wasn't always here, but thanks to Purdue Global, I got my literal dream job.
3 years ago, I didn't have a degree.
Hey, Beyond. Beyond. Okay, so I was wrong about this game. So Resident Evil Requiem is a game that's obviously been on our radars for a long time because it's a new Resident Evil game. And also, it was theoretically bringing back a classic Resident Evil character from my personal favorite Resident Evil, Resident Evil 4, Leon S. Kennedy. I think the S stands for sexy or suave, slick, one of those things. And you and I played the demo for this game last year at Gamescom 2025 in Cologne, Germany, and we weren't really impressed. Now, coming off of Resident Evil 7 and 8, two games I loved specifically, Resident Evil 8, aka Resident Evil Village, I think is like one of the best survival horror, action horror games of all time. I think it carried a lot of the torch of what made classic Resident Evil so cool, because it brought you back to this kind of rural folk horror setting, but it also brought in a bunch of like classic quintessential movie monster dudes like vampires and, you know, werewolves, all this other fun stuff. Both of those games hinged around a character named Ethan Winters, who was kind of a slapstick doof, you know, like he gets his arms cut off and stuff. He has to glue them back on. And he's afraid to show his face. There's a lot of weirdness around there. And so this was sort of being kind of painted as like a return to form for the Resident Evil franchise in a lot of ways, right? And so, like, to backtrack real quick, if you grew up playing Resident Evil games, they started off very survival horror. You had action elements, right? But they didn't go full on sort of like blockbuster movie Hollywood inspired until we got to Resident Evil 4. And that brought in set pieces and then, you know, limited ammo. But also, like, when you got good at that game, it was pretty much power fantasy. And that, like, it annoyed a lot of classic Resident Evil fans. And ever since then, Capcom's been trying to find that balance, and they struggled, right? Resident Evil 6 notoriously was one of the things where they're like, all right, you get some action over here, you get some stupid over here, you get some survival horror over here. Is everybody happy? And everyone was like, no, not really. That's not, you know, like if you go to somewhere and there's 3 different types of food on a plate that don't really go well together, you kind of feel like you're at a Vegas buffet.
Something that for everybody, that's for nobody.
Exactly. That's exactly it. And so with this game, I was kind of like, I don't know where this is going, because they brought in this new protagonist named Grace, right? Who's the daughter of a previous Resident Evil character. And the demo we saw and all the stuff we saw early on kind of showed that Grace is not necessarily hapless, but she is unskilled, untrained, terrified. The demo we played, she is running from this very tall monster. She's got a lighter, right? And that's it. There's no real way of kind of defending yourself or really feeling capable at all. And I think, sorry, I'm still getting over this stupid cold. I think some of us,
T-virus there.
Yeah, the T-virus or the B-virus, I guess I would have. I think that Capcom has done a really, really good job of hiding how capable Grace is and how hard Leon is back. Like that Leon that we love from Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 2 Remake is back in this game, and he plays and controls just like he does in those games. And there's so much of him in this game, and they've kept that under wraps. And so I went into this being like, okay, I'm really excited. I'm getting to play this brand new Resident Evil game. It's really cool, and you know, it starts off very slow. You've got some Grace sections. It sort of like creeps up little by little, and a little bit after that, you start to realize like, okay, she's not helpless. Like, she's actually capable, and she can kind of hold her own, and she starts to develop her own sort of skills and ways to kind of fight back and survive. But it's still rooted in classic survival horror elements and classic Resident Evil. And so, without spoiling anything, we've seen some of the early environments in this game. One of them is this patient care center, right? It's like a big kind of hospital facility. It is one of the probably best designed kind of large scale Resident Evil puzzle boxes since, you know, the original Spencer Mansion. Like, it's up there for me with like, you know, just weird interconnected doors and hallways, and there's underground passages and all this other stuff. And there's big surprise monsters and just really cool little set pieces and intimate, scary fight sequences and moments. And depending on what mode you play on, there's a sort of very easy casual mode you can play on. There's a normal mode, and then there's also a normal classic mode where Leon can basically save at any save station of the game, but Grace can only specifically save at typewriters, with ink ribbons, like classic Resident Evil. And those ink ribbons can either be found or crafted using like a very finite amount of crafting supplies that you find. And so you've got this push-pull of like, I've got, I can make bullets, or I can make ink ribbons, I can make a knife. Like there's a couple of different things that you can use, and you develop recipes and stuff like that. And you're up against some big, scary things in here. And they're really, really fascinating. And I really ended up liking Grace a lot more than I would. I thought this was going to be sort of like Resident Evil Requiem 2, I believe was no, sorry, not Requiem 2. Resident Evil, what was the other one? You know what I'm talking about? The 2 third.
Oh, Revelations?
Revelations 2. Yeah. Notoriously kind of split the protagonist between one who's got a gun and one who's got just like a flashlight. And so I thought Grace would be totally helpless here, and she's not. Like she's really cool. She's really smart. She's clever. She gets some really fun toys and tools to play with. And the titular Requiem, which is a big gun that kind of gets passed back and forth between the protagonists, it's got some kickback, and you want to save those bullets for special moments and stuff like that. And so her puzzles are really clever, and her sections are really smart and tense. And then you kick over to Leon, and you're revisiting this character that you haven't really connected with in a new way in a long time. And I think it's kind of hard to lose track of that, because we've got Resident Evil Remake 2 came out in 2018. We've got Resident Evil Remake 4 came out in 2023. Both of those games are Leon-centric games, so he's kind of like fresh in your head, right? Those games take place a long time ago, right? Decades ago. Resident Evil 4 came out in 2005. 6 came out a few years later. Those were like the only experiences we had with Leon for a long, long time. And then the franchise kind of dipped out for a little bit. And we got 7 and 8, where it's, Chris showed up in 7, but Leon wasn't really like front and center in those games. And so this is our first time seeing him again, and he's dealing with being kind of older and kind of withered and wrinkly, and he's got some weight and some trauma he's been dealing with from like back in the day. And
put on about 40, 50 pounds.
Yeah, that happens, right? And then Grace is there too. And, Grace is also dealing with some shit. And so you have these two characters that are kind of working together, helping each other out. Their paths are branching back and forth. And the game does a really good job of balancing these two play styles into one sort of complete narrative. And I think it's something that previous Resident Evil games have struggled with. And this is the closest it's ever come to just like really nailing that recipe of like, okay, we understand that Resident Evil 4 broke the formula in good ways and also not so great ways for some classic fans, right? And we know that people want action stuff and they want survival stuff, and this game nails it. And I think for me, it might be my favorite Resident Evil since Resident Evil 4, specifically because yeah, when I finished it, I immediately wanted to play it again. And then I played it again, and I immediately wanted to play it again. And to me, that's the sign of like a really good Resident Evil game, right? It's got like some big, fun, cool stuff. It's got some silly, campy stuff. It's got some goofy one-liners from Leon. It's got some like really great, cool environments. Ultimately, like I like castles and, the weird cornfields full of werewolves in Resident Evil 8 that's got vampires and all this other stuff. I love those things more than I love sort of a bombed out post-apocalypse or a hospital, right? Just on a very fundamental movie monster level. But as a whole game, I think I like this one more. And so, yeah, in a lot of ways, and I'm writing a whole piece about this right now, video games don't really check back in on their protagonists after a long time, right? Like it's actually pretty rare. We get that a lot in Hollywood because Hollywood is based on real human beings that get old, and video game characters are sort of like this Bart Simpson thing where they're just kind of like doomed to loop in 4th grade forever. And nobody wants old Mario or old Sonic or here's like, I mean, I kind of want an old Crash Bandicoot, right, played by John Cena or whatever.
Yeah, I mean
every week.
I feel like you get periodic reboots. Like we've had Lara Croft has been rebooted how many times? The Uncharted did the whole thing of like, oh, Nate's old now, let's do that. We've gotten older Kratos, but then there's like there's Metal Gear, there's Yakuza. It happens, but I feel like it's more of like a kind of gradual progression than it is like the thing I didn't expect about this when you're telling me about it first, it's kind of really just framing it, is you use the term legacy sequel, which is like what we refer to like a Force Awakens, a
Blade Runner 2049.
A Jurassic World where it's like
other various Harrison Ford vehicles.
Yeah, it's it's taking a franchise, it's taking a familiar thing, and it's doing new stuff with it. It's adding new characters, but it's also it's a torch passing ceremony, and it brings in somebody new, and then it brings back somebody old, and it's supposed to simultaneously appeal to people who are nostalgic for the old stuff while also onboarding a bunch of new people. And these things go either way. Sometimes they're fun, sometimes they're completely soulless and hollow. And what's bizarre about that is at no point looking at the early lead up to this game did that seem like it was the case.
No, not at all.
And what was
not at all.
Yeah, completely. The fact that they call it Requiem. Requiem obviously is kind of that word gets used left and right, but it does sort of have a somber retrospective tone to it almost. And leading up to it, we called it RE9. We heard Resident Evil 9. It's going to be it continues the funny ass naming convention of Resident Evil, and the Vil spells a Roman numeral 7, or then Village, where the Vil spells a Roman numeral 8, and they turned the Q in Requiem into a 9, which was a bit of a stretch, but whatever, I'll allow it. But that, even just there, the fact that it is at that spot and that it is presented with first-person gameplay, and it's looking very grounded. It's the earliest stuff we saw was Grace in a FBI office. It has kind of very almost somber, like muted tones to it. And my first thought was this is continuing from 8. This would be picking up where I didn't think it was gonna have Ethan Winters, but I thought it was going to be kind of continuing the kind of almost isolated feeling that those games had from the rest of the series. Like it feels like obviously Umbrella comes into play there, but it seems like it's kind of doing its own thing, or almost like another reboot based on what 7 was. Like it seems like it was kind of exploring a new territory. And then we heard all this stuff about Leon, and gradually it kind of trickled out. They're like, yeah, this is got some Leon. And now you're coming out, you're like, no, this is a Leon Kennedy game. This is RE4 too, which again makes perfect sense because the last game that came out was RE4 Remake, and obviously a lot of people played that, so it makes a ton of sense to sort of thread that needle. If you do, they basically have been bouncing between modern first-person Resident Evil games that are more grounded, more realistic, and then remakes of the Leon ones, with the exception of 3, and taking these you're weaving these things back and forth, and it seems like this is where these two paths kind of cross, and it's an overlap of the two.
That's exactly it. Yeah, I think you nailed it. I think it's as much of a love letter to 4 as it is to 2, and mechanically a lot of the stuff from 1. And I was in the same boat, man. Like I thought Grace was going to be another Ethan Winters, and I think what's fascinating about this game, and this isn't giving anything away, early on, she is trembling and she is stumbling and she's running in fear, and she becomes more capable and more confident as the sort of narrative unfolds. And I think that's really cool, because that's not like you are watching the groundwork for potentially the next generation of Resident Evil protagonists, right? Like you're going, it's not going to be Chris and Leon and them forever, right? Like at some point there's going to be that kind of torch passing. And so like, I don't think Grace is going to be suplexing people, off in a building and doing jump kicks and jumping out of windows and stuff like that. But like, I think like in her next game, you're going to have a character that's stronger than they were at the start of this game, right? And not as scared and not as trembling and not as petrified about everything. Obviously you see things in these games that normal people don't see, and so being completely unshaken is basically impossible. But yeah, Capcom did a really good job of hiding the fact that this is a legacy sequel to Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 2. Like we saw in the marketing that they were going back to Raccoon City. We saw on a recent State of Play that they were going to show a very specific environment, which I wish they didn't show, because had I stumbled upon that naturally, I would have been ecstatic. So if you didn't see that for whatever reason, and you're here, don't go watch that. But either way, that section was awesome. It's full of great Easter eggs and surprises. And this is a fantastic game. This is one of my favorite games of this generation. This is one of my favorite horror games ever. This is one of my favorite Resident Evil games ever. I just I really, really like this game, man. And like, Tristan at IGN's giving it a 9 out of 10. The review's up now if you want to read it. I think he's got a ton of the same thoughts as me. I've been in a Slack channel with a couple of folks who've been playing this game and finishing it. And yeah, everybody's just really hot on it. And I hope the general public is too. And like I said, like I don't know if you'll never get that perfect, like the people who really just love Resident Evil 4 might find the survival horror stuff a little too slow. And the people who really love Resident Evil Remake, the original one, right, might find some of the, action-y stuff with Leon a little too fast paced. That's that sort of like Goldilocks porridge shit that we're just going to have forever. And every franchise that's been going on for a long time has to please everybody in unique ways. You and I talk about this all the time, right? Like it's a big building with a bunch of entry points, and as long as everybody can come in and hang out under the same roof, cool, right? We might not all be there for the same reasons, but if the party's still going, great. I'm gonna every couple of years I'm gonna show up to it, right? And so yeah, I'm really fascinated to see where this goes from here, because I think that like the Ethan Winters saga was a really smart way to bring that series back into the sort of pop culture zeitgeist forefront again, right? Like that was Resident Evil 6 kind of shattered the franchise for a little bit in the same way, Skyward Sword did. And we got Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom out of it. I'm interested to see what Zelda does next. This is their version of that, right? Like this is like they got 7 and 8 out of the way. Those were predominantly first person games. They patched third person in. I didn't play this game in first person for a second. In fact, I have no desire to do that. I switched to third person immediately, played the entire game with both characters multiple times in third person, and like I didn't want to go any other way. So
we were talking about this before we started recording, and it is odd that Resident Evil pivoted to first person. It's not that odd. You can kind of sort of track why they did that. Stuff like Outlast and Amnesia were really hot at the time. It also, I think we forget this, but the first thing from RE7 that was ever revealed was an un-Resident Evil branded PSVR demo called The Kitchen. Like the earliest version of that was, I think I imagine Sony threw them some money to help, to put it on PSVR and to kind of showcase that. And it's, easier to take a first person thing and make it a VR experience than it is to do the other thing around. So they're like, well, might as well. And it also, when they unveiled it, it just really did seem like a complete departure from what people expected from Resident Evil. And it's really weird to watch them kind of go back to what conventional Resident Evil is, because they went from 7 and they were like, okay, and here's some remakes, and here's 8, and then halfway through 8 being out, or a few months after launch, they were like, also, by the way, you can play this in third person too, which is kind of wild. They patched that in there. I actually keep meaning to go back and revisit that. Did you ever feel at all tempted to play as Grace in first person? Because I get the feeling that her sequences are more tailored to that. Like there is that sort of claustrophobic survival horror aspect of it, whereas it's harder to jump kick people from first person.
Yeah, so I think that like I said, I just never really looked back, and like
it's hard to look back in first person.
It is. I mean, literally, that's actually part of it for me. Is just like there are some very tense, claustrophobic corridors in this game where there's something coming behind you and in front of you, and I didn't want that. I wanted a little bit of mobility and ability to look around, and that's sort of circumvented with good headphones, which I highly suggest. This is one of those games you play, you close the blinds and the doors, you turn their lights off, and you put your headphones on. The sound design is incredible. The visuals are just absolute. This is a photorealistic, absolutely stunning, gorgeous, disgusting looking video game. I love it so much. I wasn't really tempted to, and especially not Leon. In the same way that it's weird because I've played and beaten Resident Evil 4 on every single platform it ever released on, except for the Oculus Quest. That was the only time where I was just like, this doesn't feel right for me. And I know people that loved it, and I get that. I thought it was sort of fascinating that they took classic Resident Evil 4 graphics and they put it in modern VR headset stuff there, but for me, it's an action game, and while Grace's sequences are less actiony, you're still shooting, you know, zombies in the knee and then shooting them in the head and stuff like that, knifing them and stuff. And yes, theoretically, you can do all that in first person. And we've been doing that in first person since the original Doom and before then, right? And so do it if you want to, right?
Mhm.
No one's going to stop you. I think it's cool that it's even that option. For me, I don't ever need it. I
Yeah,
just not,
that's fair.
it's just
That's
not my way to go.
Well, here's the thing. Why would you play a Leon game in first person? You can't see Leon.
Exactly.
Part of the fun is looking at that handsome man. Look
Yeah,
at
you
that
gotta
hair.
look at his hair.
Look,
His hair gets all wet and bloody and
Yeah,
stuff.
it's great. All right, so going into Requiem, if you had replayed one game before this, which would you recommend? Like in terms of sort of callbacks, in terms of general tone, in terms of sort of getting in fighting shape for Requiem, because I mean, you know, the chronologically Village, but
yeah,
release wise for remake, but also like, you know, it's in Raccoon City, so 2 or 3, like where would you recommend people kind of?
So I would say mechanically 4, which also deeply inspired the way the mechanics were overhauled in the 2 remake, right? Narratively 2, right? Narrative and story and like setting wise, there's a lot of specific stuff that Leon is thinking about and revisiting quite literally in this game that are callbacks to events that happened in Raccoon City in Resident Evil 2 and to a lesser extent Resident Evil 3, right? So I think if you're gonna replay 1, I would say 2, which was mechanically inspired by 4. So there are no connections in this game to him being like, oh man, remember that time I had to go fight those guys in the woods and save the president's daughter? There's none of that, right? But
honestly, that RE4, I feel like you could be like, yeah, Leon made that up.
Sure. Yeah.
That's a story he told someone.
It's kind of his Temple of Doom.
So
right?
anyway, I was there on the jet ski and the president's daughter was like, hey, want to make out? And I was like, no way, dude. And then we drove away on the jet ski and I won.
Yeah. So I mean, I would say 2, but also like, I'm the kind of guy that replays 4 once or twice a year without anybody nudging me to do so. So yeah. I mean, always play Resident Evil 4 again. But yeah, Resident Evil 4 was the blueprint for which they built 2 remake, right? Which originally had locked camera angles and fixed perspectives, tank controls, all that fun stuff. And they took the gameplay from 4, they dropped it into 2 with Leon, and they were like, all right, everybody happy? And I was like, yes, very much so. And so, yeah, I think if you want to refresh, it would be in the same way that, like, you know, I would say the same thing between like watching Blade Runner and watching Blade Runner 2049, right? Like you're like you're revisiting similar characters. It's been long enough. You might see some previous settings in very bombed out, dilapidated form. I will say too, to add to that, again, I am not trying to spoil anything here. Zombies that were in Raccoon City in the 90s versus zombies that have been in Raccoon City decades later, they do some really interesting, awesome,
in first person for Grace.
What about a little Napoleon? Something wasn't necessarily totally clear.
I asked if people played God of War: Sons of Sparta.
No. The other one. The other one from last week.
What did I do?
You will have as much light